All right. I just want to tell everybody welcome back to the next installment of Sundazed and Confused with Crispy Wannabe and myself here under the Smart Poker screen. And yeah, we're trying to I just want to tell everybody we're all right. I guess that didn't work out so great. But anyhow, we're here, everybody.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Welcome to episode 6 of Sundazed and Confused.
Yes.
Thanks for being here with us, Puffy D.
Good to be here. Missing Crack Babies. Don't know where he's at, but I'm sure he'll make an appearance here shortly.
We're figuring out some technical stuff, but
this is the first week we're using the computer instead of our phone, and because it gives us more options to Zoom. So we appreciate everybody out there that's in the community knows and goes around to some of these lives and shit, and they see how it goes down. But I gotta tell you, man, for me and Crispy here, it hasn't been the easiest without Puffy and Crack Babies and Angie and a few other of our friends. I don't want to leave anybody out that's been helping us. This would be almost impossible for us, and that just goes to show our level of computer involvement here over the last decade or whatever. But it's getting better. It's getting better. Here comes our friend Crack Babies DWC, so everybody can welcome him in.
thanks for coming, Crack Babies. Wouldn't want to do it without you.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, sorry, man. That's a problem.
That's
Getting
all right.
started. Get my windows together there. How you doing?
I see it. We're doing good, man.
Cheers,
We're
everyone.
doing good.
Puffy, Crispy.
Crack, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, well, me too.
Yes, man. That's
So
yeah.
I did want to say, I don't know if anybody caught that Weed Nerd World show at the end where they were saying that we could put this on water and float this away. I'd like to try. It kind of does look like a little boat here in our tent.
The tent. Yeah. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. It looks like a fan or something. Like not a fan, but like a hydroplane
fan
or something. Oh yeah, those fan boats. That's it. Like it'll just take off on you there. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Dad. Yeah, that was funny. You get a nice aroma from the tent there, right?
Oh yeah. Well, they're a little young to be making too much fuss yet, but
Yeah, true.
we got a couple that are sick still. So
Oh yeah.
Mine's starting to put out
just
a nice little aroma. My stalks
they're
are
just
getting heavy and they are starting to lean. So I think after the show today, I will be tying up more stalks.
Yeah. You got the thick ones going there. Right? They're getting thicker. Starting to become one bud, one cola.
Yeah,
Like
some of them are stacking up real nice, like that one right there, right in the middle of the screen. That one's killing.
Yeah.
Big old buds are developing on those.
Nice.
Can't believe it.
That
Man.
Hindu is going to be nice there. It's going to be independent, like solid, chunks of nugs there. It's not going to be one long, tall bud. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's a lot of node spacing.
Oh yeah. Let me see here. No.
So let me pop up the chat window there. All that. Going down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the channel up so I can see chat. It's been slow.
Yeah, I was watching the interview there. Yep, there we are. Spencer's Garden, Staggering Productions. Cheers. Oh, I can hear the stream. There we go. You guys didn't hear that?
Hear what?
Nah, okay. I have the option of desktop audio there, which is everything I listen to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's what's being fed to my amp. Basically, it could be a microphone. So, but if I do that, then you hear the live stream too, and everything on Zoom. It becomes an echo fest. So we're not going to do that.
I thought we worked through all that yesterday.
Yeah, I think we earned it out.
All right, I think I got a few things figured out. Now I'll be able to say hi to people in chat and pull all this up. Man, it's I couldn't figure out how to. It's called pop out chat. Just in case anybody else is wondering, it brings the chat out from the when I do a split screen, my little box for me to actually type to the chat over there on YouTube goes away. So you have to push pop out chat, and it brings just the chat out. Now I don't get to see the screen on there, what everybody else is seeing, but
Yeah, I got the feed of YouTube in my video there. I'm gonna pop up the chat too. There. Let's see. Chat. Smash that like. Make it number 2. Live chat. All right. Pop out chat.
yeah, everything. We have 2 plants doing good here, and 2 that are a little sickly. And we found out that the sex test place, Farmer Freeman, doesn't report or work on weekends. So they got our test on Thursday at 3 p.m. We was hoping to have it by Friday, but we didn't get it. So it looks like now
Tomorrow.
We're hoping to have it Monday by 3 or by the end of workday Monday. Hopefully we'll get the email, and then we can quickly make decisions about how to move forward, you know. And so we're a little bit late on getting our test out, obviously. And
I feel like we are those parents that are waiting for one of those big gender reveal parties.
Yeah.
And I'm like waiting for the big balloon to pop to see if it's pink or blue.
Oh, that's funny.
Cool.
But yeah, that's
they should just send you a card. Is it blue
I
or
know,
pink?
right?
That's all you need to know, really.
Are they supposed to send you an email with it? You know, with
Yeah.
your results, or are you supposed to actually get a paper?
The way it works is you track your mail to them, and then what it says on there, when I pushed into tracking, it said we delivered it to the mailbox on Thursday. It tells you the date, 2:57 p.m. it said. And so when you're reading the Farmer Freeman shit, it says follow your tracking. When it says we received it, you should have your results emailed to you within 1 to 2 business days. And we're going to go ahead and just use the email that was submitted during the purchase of them packets that you're sending in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, how do they know where to send it? So they know that I'm the person that bought the numbers that are on these little things that we have poked in the soil here, you know. So what we do, you put like XY879 into one pot, send that sample out there, and that's what they really resonate. Don't mix up your samples. Make sure you very well document, because if you have more than one plant out and you set 2 tags down, you can be like, oh shit, which sample goes to which? You know what I mean? So, but yeah,
that's why I number my tags if I've got more than one plant of the same strain.
Yeah.
That way I know whenever I pull clones, I can keep them separate, so I know which clones came from which plant. Because I'll usually pull from all of my plants, not just one single plant.
Some people, I made a big bonehead move and sent out the invitation as 11 o'clock instead of 10. Thank you, Crack Baby, for catching that. But yeah, that's a big bonehead move. I was hoping to create a link that we could just use reoccurring, and then I go and do something like that. So I was pretty upset with myself, and I kind of still am. But anyhow, so some people might actually come join us here a little bit later.
If they didn't check the second message, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to. I didn't.
It's the same link though, right? Because I didn't get a second message, and I clicked on the original link, and it got me here. Yeah, it still worked.
Yeah, it'll still work. If they came now, they would still find us. But it's just, I thought it was, I thought that was.
I thought new time, right on. Yeah. I guess the West Coasters are complaining there. Ah, man, it's too early.
Yeah, it is kind of early though for them. I wouldn't want to be doing it.
It's 7 a.m. for them.
I was complaining about the original time that we started doing it.
Yeah. We're at 6, I think, the first time.
I think we were at 6 the first time.
It's like 3 a.m. over there. It's like Eagle time.
Yeah.
Yep. Only thing I can't see is how many people are currently watching. That's the one thing I can't see. I can go on my phone and check shit. I see you, Puffy, still token on that big. You want to tell people about that maybe and show what you got there?
Yeah.
Oh, that's trippy.
Well, I don't know because where I got it, you know.
Oh yeah. No, you don't have to. You don't have to give up any information. Obviously, you don't want to. Just maybe tell them what you got, what you're smoking there. Is that what it is?
This is a Canagar that I made with. Well, I started smoking on it yesterday.
Yeah.
It started out as a 5-gram Canagar. Actually, not a whole lot bigger than what it is now, but I've been smoking on it since yesterday. A couple hours yesterday, and then today, see if I can finish it off. But it's solid bud, completely packed down. I mean, you could throw this at somebody and knock them out with it. It's so packed. And it's got a hole right down the center, like a cigar.
Oh, you just relit it there?
Yeah, relit it.
Yeah, that was a long laster, man. What the
And
hell?
it burns
Quarter
like a
inch.
cigar too, nice and slow.
Few hours on a quarter
Set it
inch.
down, it'll go out. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, we was on 2 hours yesterday. Is that what we're on?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And I smoked it well off and on that whole time.
Hey, I wanted to welcome in NG Grows there. Good morning, NG.
Good morning, NG.
Morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Awesome, awesome. I'm having a little bit of breakfast right now, but I'm gonna do a little squish.
Ah, cool, man.
Not so good. Yesterday it turned out so good. I had to do it one more time, but this time I'm gonna do it with 10 grams instead of like, I think the last one was like 5 grams or something. It was a lot. It was a lot. You need about 1 gram or so. And I already have my block prepped. So stinking up the whole house right now. So trying to get this done.
I want to get one too.
Warm up time.
Nice.
How's everybody's morning going?
Good, man.
Good. Day's starting off great. I think we're supposed to hit 60 degrees today. So
Oh,
Hey, is my screen right side up?
Yes.
Awesome.
mhm.
Does it look backwards to you?
No, it's just I put mine sideways so that I can sit with you guys and
Yes.
try to get this squishing. But yeah, I gotta find a way to make a stand over here. Probably gonna make one out of my 3D printer.
Oh, that'd be cool. You could just make a little kickstand like to hold it up, like a.
Yeah. Hey, Smart, did you
Kinda
ever find me that 3D print file for your fan?
Who's that you're asking?
You, Smart.
What was it?
The fan adapter.
Oh no, I forgot all about it. But yeah, it was on Amazon. You mean the one that was the screw down kind?
Yeah, remember I told you if you find me the file, I'll print it for you. And I'll send it.
Yes.
That he would make
I totally
put one.
I totally forgot
Yeah.
about it, man. I'll have to relook for it. It should be in my it should have been in my cart. I thought I had it, but I was just in my cart. It wasn't there, but I thought I had one in my cart. I think I did for a little while. It was $50, and I was thinking I just paid $50 for a monkey, Secret Jordan monkey, and I wasn't happy with it. So I was thinking I think I got rid of it, but I'll go back and look because I definitely
You only gotta find me the print file. So every 3D printer has a file to go to it, and I load it on this little SD card right here.
and then boom.
Yep, and then it just prints it for me. So basically, if you find me that file, I can print it for you for sure. No, and I'll ship it to you.
That's not cool. Why is it doing that? I have it on
For everyone, yeah.
I have it on gallery view. It seems like we're trying to watch this on YouTube right now on our phones.
Okay.
And it seems like it's going to each person
As they talk there, yeah.
as they talk, and I have it set for gallery view. It's not my options are speaker view, gallery view, and full screen. And gallery view is the one with all the blocks, which is how I'm seeing it. but I don't know why it's not coming across on YouTube as the same way.
That's weird. Oh,
I see that.
you're the
too.
one streaming it, right? So it might be oops, I hit the wrong button. It might be you might have to swipe to the right or something to have everybody's view or something maybe.
Let's see here.
I'm not too familiarized with
Oh
Zoom.
yeah,
to
on
be
the
honest.
phone or yeah. You can go to like hands-free mode to the left or whatever.
Yeah.
No,
On
I'm
the
on
other
the
side, you can
computer.
see both screens.
Okay, he's on his laptop.
Oh, you're on the
Um,
laptop?
Oh.
Yeah. That's why I did that video. That's why we did this yesterday for 2 hours, so I could do a little check on my laptop, man. Remember?
It was
That
working
makes
yesterday.
sense. That makes sense.
Did you
Oh,
put
Well,
everything on?
we
Might
never
be an
went
option.
live. We didn't go live to YouTube yesterday, so we would have never
Right, we
known.
wouldn't have known.
And that's what it's doing every time somebody
Oh,
talks.
that's right. We didn't go live. That's true.
Let me try to go to speaker view and see if that's any better.
Somebody's doing his
Um,
wish.
Micah Mushlove in chat asked how we all maintain our humidity.
Oh my.
All right, man. I missed her. Cold missed
Yeah,
her. You see it in the background there?
it says he said they're saying I'm running I'm new to running DWC and I'm trying to keep my humidity up and it won't. My Inkbird is far from accurate. So what do we all do?
RH, man. I put a mister right in the tent. You see it in the
Yep.
background of the two little babies there? Because that you need 70 RH at least. And it's 30 in here. You see it's at 47 on the gauge there. And that's me at max with that thing. So I mean it's a struggle. You try to reduce the flow of air so that the RH builds up. But I mean then it gets hot, you know, it's like so you gotta have it colder.
Yeah,
but
it's
then I got
a
3 other
balancing
tents
act.
or 2 other tents. So it's like it's a comfortable medium, you know, they're struggling, but they'll make it.
Like in here in my lung room, if I don't run a humidifier, I will sit about 19. I have a warm mist humidifier going in the lung room, and then I have an evaporative humidifier in my my flowering tent. That way it doesn't change temperatures in there. And that just gets me up to about 45. So that's still too low. In my veg tent, I have an atomizer, a cool mist atomizer humidifier in there. And with the tent closed, it'll stay at 65%. As soon as I open it though, it'll drop to like 40 though.
Yeah. Me too. I'm recirculating a lot of that. So
If you
know,
want
'cause
to
I
keep
got a
humidity
flower
up, come
tent.
live in Florida.
yeah. Yeah, over
Florida.
here I just opened the window. It's like 0 RH outside, so it'll suck up the excess. And
We have
Okay.
like 80, 85 or 86% outside for us. It's crazy.
Right now?
Yeah, yeah. It's cold and it's wet.
you're always removing RH. You're not.
I mean, at
Yeah.
70 degrees, it's not cold.
It's like
Well,
summers here.
We're 40.
Summers
We're
here, it's
46
stuck.
right now, so
So,
we're
yeah.
not 70.
But
we're
we're
in the
ACing, so the AC is a DU at the same time, right? So
Yep,
it's-
yep.
you're kind of already doing it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to add to the AC or H removal, yeah,
That's true.
because it gets wet.
So I've never squished live before, so
Cool, man.
it'll be my first one. Can you guys see it?
I want to get those steel screens, bro. That
Yes, I
sounds
know.
really cool.
Bro, you
Put a
ever
few
been-
more
we can
layers of
see it,
parchment
yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be some.
Let me
nice
try to
looking-
give you the. I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to give you.
Well, the trick
Hey,
is for us to
I
not
am.
talk. If he just keeps talking, he's gonna be full screen.
Yeah.
So everybody mute.
There we go. I'm not the best like folder, so just gonna let it warm up a little bit. It probably won't ooze out, but it'll cake up for sure.
It's flour, right?
It's flour. It's flour.
What temperature are you doing it at?
Yesterday I did 185 and it came out really cakey, and I'll pull that up later. But today I'm
Very
trying
nice.
to go for runny a little bit more. Yeah. But yesterday it was beautiful. It was like crystally. It was
Exactly
cakey.
what you want to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly what you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
see in the end. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But we will see today. Just a little warm up. Give it a few seconds. How long do you guys warm up your rosin, your flour before you press it?
About 30 seconds. 30 seconds a minute. You know, not too long.
Okay.
It depends how hot. You know, I have 160, so it's pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
So I try to
Yeah, I was gonna say about the
slowly
same.
use it in. Yeah.
At least I usually try to go about a minute to warm it up, but there's not much pressure. And then,
No,
like
it's
if it's hash, it starts to like
melt.
Go
yeah,
real
it
quick.
melts. So you have to add
Yeah.
a little. You can't. It's hard. You know what I mean? To really get it, it's tough for me
Yeah.
anyhow.
For me, this strain particularly is cakey. It's like hard, like rock solid. And then I gave it 24 hours, just leaving it in the jar, and I expected it to soften up, but it's still cakey as hell, which is kind of a good thing in my opinion, because you get those big, nice chunks when you break them out on the rosin jar.
Hell yeah!
So
I'm gonna go grab me some hash. I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
yeah, and I will be right back too. I'm gonna grab my jar so I can show you.
Right. It's looking good.
Still going.
I literally put my glasses on, got a headlight on there so I can see the bag, and I'm looking to see if it's, you know, gonna start oozing a bit. When it does there, smash her down slowly but surely, you know. Because you don't want to smash it down when it's still cold, because then you kind of lock it in, right? You want it to follow the flow, you know? Flow through without getting trapped. And if it's too cold, then it doesn't really flow. So
It's really cold, but I don't know if you guys can see.
oh yeah, it's perfect, bro.
It's all cakey. I can't even.
You could almost like a hash, you know what I mean? You
Yeah,
could grab it in your fingers.
you really can. It's like rock solid in a good way, I think.
Yeah.
I'm excited to smoke this in a Canagar or as a bowl topping soon. I just don't like flour rosin, to be honest.
I
It just
might do
doesn't taste right.
right now.
All right, I think it's ready to squish now.
Yeah, man.
Give her the old mash a lot.
Don't
Yeah,
have much paper there, man. It's gonna ooze out off.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But what I do is I just use a finger and I just literally,
Yeah.
I swear
Tap
it's
it in.
weird,
Tap
but
it.
yeah, you just kind of tap it until it stops wanting to tap. But
Just tap it in.
yeah,
Tap it. Little tippity tap.
about 30
That's your
seconds.
home. Don't you want to go to your home?
Yeah.
That's a great movie. Actually, I think
Um,
Otto made a meme with them there. Don't
yeah.
you want to grow?
Don't you want to? Why aren't you growing? Yes.
Yeah. You want to go home?
That's funny. Shout out to Rowdy, Maiko Mushlove, Spencer's Herbs.
Cheers.
Shit, I might have not. If somebody wants to join someone wants to join, let me know. I'll send you the invite once I'm done rolling up here. Just I can't figure out how to post it in the chat there. And yeah, I'll send it over on Instagram.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, got
yeah.
some goo.
Oh, look at
There
that.
we go, baby.
That's
Yeah.
nice too. I like that color.
Yes, sir.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
There we go.
Live, fellas.
You can get some
Oh
oozing.
no.
You can get some
Look at that
oozing.
beautiful
Hey,
color.
that's beautiful. That's like honey.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Creamed
good.
honey, eh?
Creamed honey. Yeah, there you go.
I wish I need a pressure gauge. I want to hook a pressure gauge onto mine.
So that's what I've been looking for, Smart. You can convert these into pressure gauge ones, but I just don't know how to yet. Yeah.
It'd probably be
will
on what I
eventually,
can do.
Yeah, I will eventually. I got to get me one of those for sure. OCG tells me that you want a pressure gauge so you know how much you're pressing. Otherwise, you can overpress, burst the bag, and you ruin an entire fucking 10 grams that you just squished. But it's still coming out, still oozing out.
Yes.
Well, you don't ruin it. You just pollute it. You'll get a few flakes of weed in it. No big deal. If you're selling it, then you know it looks bad there. You got a big chunk of weed in it, but if it's for you, who cares, right?
That's
Like,
true.
I
That's
really
very
don't
true,
mind.
bro.
I'll fold it and smash the bag like it's, you know, blown from every seam.
Yes,
I don't
sir.
care. I'm getting it all out. You know?
Yeah.
And I infuse the bag.
Like Crack, you're like one of those old men who'd crawl under a dining table after just going after a penny.
Oh, crumbs and shit. Yeah. Like just this sweet, you know, when you roll a joint, there's always a few crumbs off the machine and stuff. I sweep all that shit up in a jar and I roll a joint with that later. I don't waste nothing, even though I got like, you know,
Yeah.
tons in the in a
I
cupboard
forgot.
there. It's like I gotta
Yeah,
stop
these
doing
things
that.
don't have magnetic. They don't have any magnetism to them because they're aluminum.
Yeah. I hate that I can't hold the bag. There's a little, may I have a little set screw for my for the ram of the press, and that's steel. It's the only thing. So if my paper is long enough, I could get the magnet onto that. No, hold on.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
There we go. I think that's enough pressure.
yeah, okay. You just pivoted it.
Oh man,
I
that's funny. Yeah, there we go.
Hey, shout out to Berkshire Buds in the chat. He said he's cleaning his res and doing some other stuff, so he's hanging out in the chat. And Spencer's Garden, same deal. He says he's watching his kids, and yeah, man. Well, you guys always know that your invitation's always good if you want to come by. How's it look? Did it blow?
I can smell it.
It's messy, really messy.
Oh yeah.
Oh geez. I should
Gooey.
have prepared a little bit better.
Don't be gooey. Gooey fingers.
Yeah, I know, gooey fingers. But here's the result.
The trick is to grab the middle of the bag because the rosin's all on the edges.
Yeah. That's
Give her
true.
a fold there and press right away. Like I don't even let the bag get cold there. It's like I just fold it right up. I have a second paper ready to and go. You know what I mean?
It's looking good so far.
It does look good, man. Hey, Burke's saying that you need a separate cylinder and a pressure gauge, I think.
You do.
Yeah, you can add one, yeah. But I mean, it's better to have it in there already. You don't want leaks and stuff.
Okay, Rowdy. Yeah, we're definitely rolling one up. I'm putting a snake in the grass and everything here. You guys can't see. I wanted to tell everybody this too. We have our lights set to go off at 11. I'm trying this timer to see if I have it set right. So if it doesn't go off at 11, then I guess I'll try something else here. But if it does, I'll switch to just so you know, because I don't want people to think, holy shit, his feed fell off or something.
Use your haze.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be some good looking. So that's gonna be some good dabs there. Sometimes it comes off crunchy. You guys notice that? Some shit comes off crunchy. Like,
as long as it comes off, I don't care.
It'll come off. I never understood why some of them are real gooey, and then other times it'll get like almost like a crystalline coming off.
Yeah. I noticed that too, and I don't know, but ooh.
It could be terps. Yeah, that's perfect, bro.
Ooh.
That's the stuff there. You have to
when it comes off like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Baby. Give it to daddy.
You don't even need cold there, you know?
Brother.
Because when you get it and you do that and it just kind of spreads it on the paper, it's like, no, you know, I'm gonna have to put it in the freezer a bit there.
No, this one's
roll it off the cold, but that's like,
ooh, yeah, baby. Think I got it. I'm slowly mastering rosin squishing.
What was the temp on that one? 185?
195.
195.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty. That seems pretty high for that color. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
At least that's
I think I'm gonna rethink my low temps. I'm gonna go a little higher.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I would have presumed that to be like 160, 170 or something, man. You got a lot background. How much was that?
10 grams.
Okay.
10 grams in flour, and I don't know the yield on this, but it looks like it's a good chunk.
Yeah, it looks very nice.
Yeah. Starting to harden up a little bit too.
And that's just one squish too there.
Yeah, that's the first squish.
Damn, that
What's
paper's
considered
coated,
a
bro.
good return on that, man?
Yeah, this is Bert's Unicorn Sherbet.
3 grams would be impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's flying.
There we go. I got it. I got it.
Ah,
I got them.
I was like
Everywhere.
focused
I
view and
got 'em
everything.
everywhere on the table.
It's flying
Oh,
everywhere. Be careful. Yeah, the
Yeah.
paper, it's so like brittle.
It is. It is. It is. Oh my gosh, it's everywhere on the table.
And the
But
freezer, that's the worst, man, because then it really shatters up there.
yep, yep. And I can't have that for sure. Oof. I don't know if you guys can see the color.
Oh, for sure. Man.
Beautiful.
Oh man,
It's a beautiful
it looks
golden
like he's just like he said, whipped honey or like some
Yeah.
kind of a
Exactly. Like
peanut butter or I don't know. I mean, it just looks good. Oh yeah, that reminds me.
Yummy.
We not to change the subject just for 1 second. I wanted to tell everybody make sure they come around next Friday at 11:30 p.m. to check
Roll it, bro. Sorry.
for the Eagle
Roll it.
Gardens, man. To check out Crack Baby's interview with him. He's going to be doing. Before I forget,
I will
Sorry.
be there or I will be square for sure.
promote that
Yes,
shit.
sir.
Sorry to interrupt your promotion of meat.
No,
Such
no,
a
you're
dick.
good. Oh no, that's cool, man.
It's like, man, shut
That
up. I'm
just
trying to
came
promote
across
you.
my mind.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Oh man, guys, it's-
That does look like honey though. It's beautiful.
thank you guys. Oh man, there's still so much left.
It's so nice to get like a good product out of your hard work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The guy's touching it with his fingers, bro. Like, what the fuck?
I
There-
can't do it. It's kind of like
That's unheard of. That's insane,
Those
bro.
10 grams aren't depleted, man.
Like, that's
You know?
like that's a rosin maker's dream rosin right there, bro.
yeah,
Like, that's exactly what you want from all of them. You know what I mean?
yeah. That
It
yellow
could always be like that. I'd be like making rosin every day.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, you know what? I might end up squishing this entire batch just
What
for
strain is that?
It's his unicorn sherbet.
Damn.
That's from Berkshire. Shout out to
Berk.
Berk.
Nice, Bert.
Berkshire
Nice
bud.
pick.
Hey,
Yeah.
She's a rosin gusher.
Rowdy. Hello.
Yes, Rowdy. That's what we said. Crack Babies is going to be on Talking Shit or fucking Talking Shit with Eagle Friday night at 11:30 p.m.
Yep.
And then you'll
It
be
could
able
be
to
like a Friday night party. It's gonna be fun.
and then you'll be able to catch him at the Weed Nerd World, probably every so often, once or twice a week, I would assume, huh? Right, Crack?
Probably near the end of the broadcast there, but yeah.
The very end.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't forget
I'm
to get
trying
your
to-
shout out and shit ready over there, man.
Jeez,
I've already been practicing it.
Okay.
No.
I'm gonna have a radio station style
Okay. Yeah.
shout out there. You know? Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna squirrel out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you guys run lower temp, it won't look like this. This is actually pretty glassy. If you
Oh,
run it
that's
low temp,
perfect,
it actually turns out cakey, which is better in my opinion.
All right, in 2 days, it's gonna look just like that.
I hope so.
It's more
Oh,
like
I
a-
will. It will. Trust me. I
Looking
when I
forward to
press it there, it looks like shatter. It's clear, and it's
Yeah.
like fairly hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
that. That looks more like what do they call it there? Like Halloween candy there. You know,
Yeah, it does.
taffy
it
there or
does.
whatever.
Taffy,
Kind of,
yeah,
it kind of
taffy.
looks like that there. You know what I mean?
Oh,
But
no,
but
that's
in
what
2
my
days,
candy-
it'll butter right up. Like it'll turn like your jar. There.
Nice, nice. This one's actually butter right out of the press.
It
which is crazy.
sugars up, I guess. But
Yeah,
keep it
sugars
sealed.
up.
Keep it
I
sealed.
definitely will.
Yeah, in a jar there. I put it in parchment paper, but it's kind of the same thing. I put the parchment in a sealed jar, so they're all together. That
Yeah.
jar
Whatever
smells
you're
amazing.
doing, man, I would keep doing it because he's
Yeah.
absolutely right. That's some dream shit there. It looks good. If you could get that every time.
This is my first time I got it, and it came out with this strain. Every press I've done previously is old. This is actually a new press, like fresh out of the fridge cure.
Yeah.
So, yep, that's my
Yeah.
result. Not too bad.
Yeah,
Very
good deal, man.
Not too bad. I'll be right back.
All right, I'll go ahead and we'll remove spotlight, put this back on the gallery view. I'm not
Kettle and Smoke said they're heading to a medieval fair. That would be so much fun
a
today.
medieval fair.
That
Yeah.
sounds like that would be cool as shit to go to.
I used to go to those all the time whenever I lived in Arizona.
Like a Renaissance festival.
Yeah, Renaissance Festival. Yep.
It'd be cool
With
in Europe.
wenches and turkey legs.
The
Big old
jesters.
turkey leg.
Turkey legs, wenches, drinking some what do they call that shit?
Mead.
Some mead.
Oh,
Yeah.
medieval times there.
Yeah, give me drinking some mead. Hell yeah.
They still have those restaurants. Eh?
Yeah.
Medieval times.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that on again? Oh yeah, Jim Carrey there.
The
Cable
cable
guy.
guy.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go, Puppy. Let me give you the screen for a couple minutes, buddy. We'll put you on that front street. How's that?
Let me change my my colors here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Puffy D.
I like that intro. Ladies
I
and
do
gentlemen.
too. I love it.
It's instead of Burt Baccarat, it's Puffy D.
Yeah.
Puppy D.
I have an applause app for Zoom.
Oh,
But
there
you
you go.
guys
We
got to
need that.
install it though to hear it. I don't know if it would show it on YouTube.
Yeah, we need sound effects for sure.
We need a cool dab song or we need a joint song or something. We can give a tribute to Eagle or something at the top of the hour and have a joint song or whatever.
There's even games and stuff. You know what I mean?
But you know what? They end up.
That game you had the other night there. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Who did the crime there? Whatever. I found that app there.
Dang, it is gooey, guys. Oof. Look at this.
Oh, hold on. I got us. You're not on the screen no more for some reason. What did we do?
You spotlighted me.
Put it on Puffy.
Yeah, but that's all right. He should still be on. All right, let me see. Remove spotlight.
I'm at the top there. But they don't see it. I do. YouTube.
Do you guys see?
There we go.
It's not moving anywhere.
Thick one.
Or like a rock.
It must be cold in your place. What? You got the
It is.
AC up?
It's 40 degrees.
Yeah, there you go. It's amazing what that temperature can do, man.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just a few degrees difference, you know. All right, let's see.
Let's see.
19.2 grams. I still got a bunch on my
Ooh.
So that's 20% return, brother.
1.92 grams, yeah, 1.92 grams. But I also still got some on here. I've still got a bunch of stuff on the parchment paper that I'm just gonna throw away because I don't want to deal with it.
Second press.
Yeah.
Second pressings, yeah. But
Should probably get as much on the second one, but you smashed it pretty good there, and it was pretty hot. So.
Yeah, I did smash it pretty good. So I don't know if I want to go for a second press, but
Well, confuse it. I mean, that's all going to be good.
You did a mighty fine. You could use that for when you're making edibles because there's a lot to be had there. Plus, even at 195, I believe they say like I'm sure Burke and them would know better, but I think there's like CBD, CBN, certain compounds that really don't come off until you get past 200. You know.
Oh, okay.
So they're like still in there. If you throw that in with your edibles and you get above the temperature that you pressed at, you could possibly extract like I don't know all the different compounds, man. I know there's a lot of them, but you know,
it would all come out. It would all come out because the
yeah,
pressure,
like whatever. You know,
pressure, right?
obviously it's been depleted, but there's still some gas in the tank. So.
No, exactly. You never get it all. That is, some is trapped in the fibers of the weed itself.
You guys want to see something fucked up? I kind of threw my last one in the trash.
Oh no, it's on a doily. You can still eat it.
It goes to show how much we have. We got too much, man. We don't need all that.
I'm gonna pass on that one in there, but
You don't have to be too proud, man. You ain't got shit out the trash, dog.
no, but then I blew my nose and I threw paper.
Yeah, I guess be a little proud then if you know what's on top of
For
it.
that part at least, yeah. But I will from here on out. I'm gonna save these out because
I got a mason jar full of those little pucks there. Just wait.
I should start that. I should start a little mason jar full of them. Do like alcohol extractions or something.
Keep it in the fridge when it's time.
Yeah, true, very true. But pretty proud of my you.
Damn right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Easy to pick off the paper. It was perfect.
Yep. dream rosin, I hope.
Whoops.
My first grow, that the press of that stuff was just all gooey there. Couldn't
Yeah,
get
this
it
one's
on.
really nice. This one had white in it, which is crazy.
THCA,
hard.
man. It's like crystallized. It's gonna make diamonds if you do the jar tech there. Potentially a lot of THCA in there.
Yeah, you do heat and you do the heat up, and then it should pressurize and it should turn into rosin jam.
It'll crash.
Yeah, it'll crash. Love it, love it.
Cool.
How's everyone's grow going? Mine's still recovering. I found out that I've been dosing it with like really low pH. It's
Oh,
finally coming back to recovery.
what happened? The pH meter went off? Or?
No, it's just my negligence. I left it for like 2 weeks at a time and I didn't pay attention to it.
Can't do that, DWC, man.
I know, I shouldn't be doing that, but you know,
Damn.
it was my
I
stupid
can't do
fault.
I can't do 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, not supposed to.
It gets bad, but I mean, if it stays in range, then I guess
Yeah.
the totes get emptier, but not so badly. It's because I got the 5-gallon buckets. I can't, even if I wanted to, it'd be bone dry by the time I got back to it.
I'm slacking really bad. Like this is a whole month of progress, and I haven't gone anywhere because I just been so busy with work. I go home, I either go to the doctors or I pass out on the couch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, life happens, man. Sometimes the grow has to be. It gets. You do the
I
best
really
you
feel like
can.
this growth should have been postponed till next year, but
Yeah,
I
I think
make it.
they'll still do well just because they weren't in perfectly optimal conditions the whole grow. But people will. You're like me. I'm under the impression that any life stressors will affect your product in the end, whether good or bad. But they look all right. Those ones there did. I'm having a hard time seeing. Let me give you the spotlight again. That's my bag. My bag.
You're bad.
Looking
My bad.
good.
Spotlight.
You guys are killing it right now, but I have little tap roots coming out. They're recovering. This is after like 2-3 days of probably 3 or 4 days of recovery so far. And it went from like a 1-inch taproot like this long to like this far, and some of them are like whole fingers and everything. This one's the best one so far. It's got some roots going everywhere. But yeah, this one's my least progressive one.
I really like that flip top, man. That's so useful. God damn. But when they get big, though, it's
what I do with this is these two actually pop out. These two containers. So I jam this in here, and I just pop the lid off.
Oh, nice.
And I can open it this way.
That's better.
So like,
Okay.
West
Yeah, it
Coast,
doesn't have the
you know how
metal
you hate
hinges.
it. Yeah.
So you could pivot or you could pop open.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. And then when I'm ready to push it back in, I just pop it in place, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, bro.
There we go. That's it. Closed.
Nice.
Yeah. Not too bad. This one's got me feeling weird. Looks like it's got I forgot what those things you call, like thrips or something, but it's not. There's nothing underneath the leaf matter. It's just a pH issue from the beginning. Apparently didn't like the pH too much.
Yeah. It kind of has the look of a pH.
Yeah.
Spotty dark green, or like spotty light green.
No, you're right.
It definitely looks like.
I let it sit like that for 3 weeks, so it's kind of my fault.
Anytime we come across something that looks just like that, I always tell people, have you calibrated your pen lately? And that's how we can usually tell when ours is off too.
Oh,
Yeah, I check mine once a month, whether it's off or not.
I'll be honest. I haven't checked this for 3 grows already. That's
wow.
That's a year and a half. But still turns on. Still working like day one.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
That's why I tell people get a Paras, and they're like, "No, I heard Blue Labs are better." I'm like, "All right, you're gonna eat your words when you buy it." 'Cause I know one of the users, which is you, Smart, where you didn't like it. You really didn't like it. And I take your word more than anything, so I know that for sure. That's no good.
I've
I
got
had I
bad
had them.
experience.
We've had them all, man. We've had the A-Para PH20, the A-Para, the one you just showed. We got the Blue Lab. We got Doctor Meter. We've had the Home Forest. I mean, we went through a handful of these, and I can say right now that the one that my wife is holding out there in front of the screen is the best. A-Para is the best we've had. I like it better than Blue Lab. It
Yeah,
seems more
same here.
reliable, more
Same here.
everything. Sorry, Puffy. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've got the Para too, but I've got the EC20 and the PH20. I didn't see that that one that NG has whenever I bought these. Well, first I bought the PH, and I decided to go ahead and grab the EC after that because I like the pH meter so much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
did the same
I would
thing.
have bought that one if I would have seen that before I bought the pH.
I didn't have the
That does
PC
everything,
option.
doesn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, it does
man.
EC and pH. Yeah, exactly.
You
I
guys
wanted
know
it
how
and they didn't have it. So I had to buy the pH one.
You guys know how much I paid for this one? I bought it for 120, saw it on sale again, returned that one. Well, I didn't return it. I bought another one for $108 on Amazon, and I
Yeah.
returned the $120 one. But what I did was I took the new one and I just returned the new one instead of swapping my old one out. And basically I got this for $108.
Right on.
Not a bad deal in my opinion.
Shit, I think mine was 160 something Canadian.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
just the pH one, not the PC, you know?
Oh, I
Yeah.
think I only paid like I want to say it was right around $60.
Yeah, the EC is
Mine-
114. What the fuck?
It was
The
just about the
PC
same for both of mine.
one something, yeah.
I paid $175 for the Blue Lab bundle. It was the EC, pH, and one. After about 8 months, the pH broke. Got it replaced after about 6 weeks of trying. Wasn't happy with it, and then it needed.
Why didn't you just buy
it's-
one of the Trunkians?
No, this was just the bundle. It was the shit. I'll get them here. Give me 1 second. I'll show them in my screen.
I'm gonna get a coffee there. I'll be right back.
Oops.
You ever thought about reselling it, Smart? You could sell it on Amazon.
These are my backups now.
Oh yeah, they're backup. We need
This is
backup.
our this. What's that?
I
Make
just
sure
laughed at
they're
the Christian
storage-
guys.
storage.
Those are backups for sure. Those are not used, everyday use.
No, these are backups, man. And you know what? It would only be under extreme circumstances that I'd get them out. I also have I have a pH. I have a pH meter that is I have the old, what is that? The PH20 from A-Para, which is still a backup. Now it needs calibrated, but I'm sure if I soaked it for 15 minutes in some solution, it would calibrate right up.
Yeah.
I love them. Love my pairs, man. That's the best purchase I've ever made. Like I bought 3 pH pens, all 3 failed on me. Bought 2 EC pens, all 2 failed on me. This Apara has been with me through 3 entire grows. The other ones broke every grow. I'm kind of glad I just sucked it up and bought one. Someone told me that, these things are expensive, so just expect it. And, it's a one-time purchase. It's a one-time purchase.
It works, man. And you can
Yeah,
We
calibrate
have
it
to-
easily. Don't
Yeah,
need
as long as you
RO
take
water
care
or
of it.
nothing, or distilled water or whatever for the
Drop 'em.
mixes. That's my
dropped mine.
problem. They give you a powder and you can't mix it. Yeah.
Yep.
And they're waterproof too, so you can actually drop it in your res and while you're mixing and
Yeah.
I love that.
I actually did that too many
I
times.
stir my mix with it. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Which is terrible. But I don't know if you can see the edge of the lining of this sticker.
Yeah,
It's all brown because of the nutrients that it drops into the tote. Like you can see it up here too a little bit.
I'll stir it right up to the blue line where the white starts there. That's my level as deep as I'll bring it. The power on button. Yeah.
I hang it on this to this little latch right here, and I just let it sit there, and I'll have something holding up the lid,
Oh,
and then
nice.
this will just hang on the latch while it's
I made a holder for a while with green tie, but I kept snagging it. It was in the way. It's like, forget it.
Yeah, it happens.
There's only so little space to put the water in that there's no room for both. You know, it's either you checking or you put in water, but you can't do both at the same place.
Yeah, that's true. And I never wash my probe. I'm terrible at that. I never wash my probe. I just let the microbes do its job.
I do it faithfully. I just do it right after I'm done with it. I'm rinsing it off and wiping it down and then putting it back in the lid.
Do you keep the lid wet? You're supposed to keep the lid wet.
Yes. I keep in my pH pen. I keep the storage solution in it, and in the EC, I keep tap water in it.
Yeah, there you go. That's perfect. Do you guys
That's
that's a weird question, but do you guys bleach your pens
Rusty.
every once in a while?
Just keeps them there.
No, I'll use the peroxide.
Okay.
For what? Hey,
to-
real quick, I wanted to tell Rowdy, he's in the chat, and he's saying, what's the difference between a pH 20 and a pH 60? pH 20 only does pH. The pH 60 does EC and pH.
No,
actually, that's
it's
a PC.
Right?
It's
PC
PC.
60. pH 60 is replaceable tip. Same thing with
Which one do I have then? Mine does both.
Yeah, it's a
yours does
PC
both, it's a
60.
PC 60.
Yeah, PC.
Yeah. It'll tell you
Ah.
There's pH, EC, and PC.
So
It'll
you
tell
mean
you
there's
right
both.
about here.
So hold on, let me get this right. So there's a pH 20 that's only a pH meter, and then there's a
Right.
pH 60 that's only a pH meter, right?
Yep.
And then there's the one that I have, which is the
PCC.
I heard it's the liquids for the
PC60,
calibration. You get more and you get some storage solution. I think it's a little more included there with the carry case and all that.
Yeah,
It's
so
a little
pH
Well, I'm
more involved.
glad he asked that question because I didn't know that. I thought mine was a pH 60. I just thought the 60 meant that it read
No.
two.
Oh, can you replace the tips?
Yeah, I can break it down
Puff?
for you guys. So pH 20 is
Me?
a non-replaceable tip.
See,
Yeah.
I can.
Mine
Yeah,
is not
see,
replaceable.
That's pH 20. pH
Right.
60 is a replaceable tip, but pH only. And then PC 60 is the one that has EC and pH and it has a replaceable tip.
Yeah.
And then you have the PC 60Z, which is Bluetooth enabled. So you can
Oh.
do data logging on your pH pen.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, so you can really nerd out if you really want to with the PC.
Oh,
PC
yeah.
Like a Govee graph for your pH, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
EC and pH.
Nice.
So that's
So
a
you can
big
keep track of your runoffs and your inflow as well. Same time.
well,
Yeah, if it's measured on a screen, you could just have it near the stream of water, but then you have to have a pH meter for each bucket.
yeah.
But you leave them
exactly.
there, and
That's
you know what I
amazing.
mean? And you got a graph
So-
for each one. Okay, today
Yep.
was,
So Blue Labs actually came out with a controller to do multiple containers, and it has a 20. You can't really use these pens 24/7. You actually have to have a special probe made for 24/7 dipping in the resolution. Yeah. So Blue Labs is one of the companies that I know of that does that, where they have a probe. It's just a probe by itself, and then you have a controller with like multiple inputs, and then you just connect it to the input through a wire, and then you just have it dipped into the solution all day long. But that's the only Blue Labs is the one that I know that does it. I really never looked into a pair, to be honest. I never really got interested in it because I don't think there's really a need for it. Yeah. It's expensive.
You can also build you one as well. Using
those little
Arduino.
Or
yeah,
Arduino.
Arduino boards or whatever.
Using Arduino, and all you have to do is just get your sensors, and then run all your sensors and hook it up to your board.
Yeah.
I saw
Where you
something
want?
about all that. You can automate it
And
all.
the programs are already written. All you have to do is go to GitHub and just download it and install it
Yep.
into your Arduino, and there you go. You
If
mess with
anybody's
the
ever
servers
interested, I can show you like how to do everything, but I'm not gonna do it myself. It's not too bad. Actually, TY, I don't know if you guys know TY. TEEWHY. He's the one that built
TY, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
TY.
know TY.
Yeah, TY built himself an entire like command system where it tells him RH, temp, all that stuff, all in one go, and it's all on one.
Yeah, you could
Oh
even
yeah, the fancy
you could
graph
even
you had
hook them
there.
up
Yeah.
to your fertigation too.
Yeah.
Run it all through there.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can run it
he
all
had a. He's
through
really
one
smart for
system.
that
Your
stuff.
fans, your fertigation,
He is a smart system. He works in
your
that.
pumps to pull off your runoff out of your pots, your lights,
Yeah.
your humidifier, everything. I mean, you can run it all off of one thing if you wanted to.
There's
Yep.
a meter and a sensor for everything, man. It's just a matter of how much
Yeah.
is it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you could build them. I mean, there's companies out there that make them, but they are so friggin' expensive because they're all geared toward the commercial growers.
Exactly. They
But
can
you can
afford it.
actually
Yeah.
build that yourself, scaled down for you and your gardens, for like pennies on the dollar. You just
Yep.
have to have a little bit of a technical mind to basically plug it all in and program it up and adjust all your parameters.
Mhm.
There's
I
a
mean,
site I found that does that.
You can
you have a baseline to run off of. You just use your therapy, and you can get your pH, your EC off of that, and you can adjust the values in your DIY probe and everything. So it's actually not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, if there's, like I said, there's in the repository, like GitHub, everybody's already written all those programs, so you don't have to program it at all. I mean, basically all you gotta do is set the parameters for your grow, and that's it.
Yep.
And it'll
Set
do
the
everything else.
parameters. Yeah, exactly. Well, but anyways, guys, I'm gonna catch up with you later. I'm gonna have some breakfast with the wife and then enjoy the day with her because we don't get to spend much time with each other. So
Right on, NG. It's nice seeing you,
Well,
man. Cool
Thanks for
place.
coming on, Angie.
Right on, buddy.
yeah,
Thanks for stopping by, NG. Have an awesome
for having me,
day.
guys. Yeah, thanks for having me. You guys have a good one.
Our love.
We'll see you, buddy.
Girl love, guys.
Make sure everybody goes and checks NG Grows out on Instagram. Check him out on cocoforcannabis.com. And he has some journals over there and always has good sound advice. And yeah, thanks again, NG.
Sure. My DWC buddy.
Shout out to Manny Diaz in the chat. And I wanted to say thanks to Rowdy again for bringing up that pH shit. I didn't know about them different pens and shit, and so that's cool. And yes, are web links allowed in YouTube chat? I'm not sure.
Only the blue hammers.
The blue hammers, yeah, okay. I got
The wrenches.
Wrenches in.
what is it? The band hammer.
The band
The wrenches.
hammer. Power.
I still can't figure out how to get this son of a gun to change to gallery view on the YouTube live stream. It's still doing it no matter what I click on. My wife's sitting here laughing because she's watching me go from speaker view to gallery view to full screen, trying every combination I possibly could, and it does not change it, man. And I'm like, what am I doing? You know, pulling my hair out over here. But I apologize. I don't particularly like the speaker view, you know.
Hey, I wanted to say, Staggering Productions asked, why do you never see mirrors in tents? I've seen a million tents, not one mirror. And it's because it absorbs.
It doesn't
Yeah,
reflect
well,
as
yeah,
much as you
yeah,
think.
What
Mirrors doesn't
percent? I'm
reflect
not quite. I don't.
Most mirrors are painted with like a silver or some other kind of product that actually absorbs the photon when it interacts with it. So I believe the reflectivity on a mirror is only about 50%. So you're much better off with just white paint is really good.
Yeah,
But
flat
plus
white
mirrors,
paint.
mirrors can create hot
Yeah,
spots.
not
from what I
glossy.
understand.
Nothing glossy. Flat white.
Flat white there is apparently the best. Like a chalk
Yep.
there, white. You can't wash it.
Yeah. I mean, outside of a good Mylar or maybe even a Panda film, as long as you're up around that 90%, I think you're doing just fine. I'd assume most people would agree with that. You know, you're white paint, Mylar, but definitely not mirrors. And you know what's funny is I always tell people I went around the very first summer of that when they started having the yard sales, I went around and bought up all the mirrors that I could, and I had them in my closet everywhere. And I was like, yeah, this is much better than foil, not knowing, just assuming. And then I
The
found
white
that out.
drywall would have been would have been better.
It was white paint.
Yeah, it was white painted drywall. When we found out, we just removed the mirrors until we could get some like Mylar.
I just shook my
But
head.
yeah, we learned a lot.
It's
over the
dangerous,
years.
man. You break those, and you cut yourself bad.
Well, we was also using Miracle Grow because in our minds we also thought common sense told us that it did so good on everything else. Why
we got
not
Miracle
use it for
Grow
these?
potting soil. and,
Miracle
you know.
nugs. Eh?
Yeah, so we got Miracle Hermes. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just we didn't know, but it was just enough to spark our curiosity to want to break the law a little bit more
Keep going.
and keep going. And I'm glad we did.
Yeah.
I'm glad because it's been fun.
Yeah, right. Gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's
Back
see here.
then, you couldn't just look it up.
If I get lucky, my light should go off here in the next 30 seconds or so. And
it seems like maybe
I'm the worst with technology, even down to these timers. I sit there and read the directions on how to reset my Hydro Farm digital timer. It has 8 events, and you have to do this, that, set all this. And I'm like, damn. And then you have to set it to auto, on or off, depending on whether or not your lights are on, off at this time of day. And there's 2 different autos. It messes me up all the time.
It is pretty.
Yeah,
it's
I hate that that damn
Couple
setting.
We went over it together and it still isn't going to work. So we're gonna try hitting the one button that says like auto on. Is that the one? Yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. So auto, basically, you have to be on or off. Like if the lights are off and you're setting it, then you have to turn it on to turn it back off, so that the next step is on or the next step is off, whichever should come next, right?
I clicked it to auto and it went off.
So that's probably
so that means
what
the
we
setting
got.
was 11. Yeah. Yeah, because it's past the time now. So now it's on off, and the next event will be on, and it should actually trigger it.
Yes, it should go on. We're gonna be able to check that out.
I did that there. I set it all up, and I forget to put it on auto. It's like 24/7.
Give me 1 second here. Yeah, so that's what I did. I clicked it from on to auto, and it shut right off. So it was recognizing that. Sorry, it was recognizing that it's supposed to be off at this time. I'm going to mute for 1 second, guys.
Yep. Virtual backgrounds. Let's go play. Oh,
Hey, Crack,
candy.
I got a one green crack that's about twice as big as the other.
Oh yeah, might be a male.
Better not be a male.
Might
Better
be a
not be a
male.
male.
It's
No,
like
I
Doc
think
said,
that
man.
one-
Maybe I got 16 femmes in a row, and the rest are all male. I hope not. I just gave you everything I had left. Not how much left. I think 10 C's left or something like that.
10?
Yeah. Or 15, something like that.
Yeah,
But I just need one, really, and keep cloning it.
Yeah, just one female. So
Don't let her
hopefully,
die.
one of these is a female.
That's
Because
right.
I will be cloning it.
Well, you got 3 more, right?
How many
Worst
did you
case,
send me?
5?
Did I just pop 2?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I did. I think, and they both.
You didn't lose any no pops or whatever?
No. Let's see. Oh yeah, I got 3 more left. Yeah, I just popped 2.
They all popped. Like I never lost a seed on those. Just 1 herm out of all of them. Out
There's
of
probably
16.
1 seed in here that maybe I would have my doubts about because it's a little smaller.
A little premer. Because I know the Amy
Got good
Aces,
color,
I think it was Amy Aces, they were really small, the seeds, like tiny
Yeah.
seeds. Yeah. So the size
Yeah,
doesn't
one of
really
the-
matter as long as it's dark.
One of the Skywalkers didn't pop that Gigi had sent me.
Oh yeah.
But it was the same way. It was a really small one, so I had my doubts about it whenever I dropped it. But the rest of these are doing good. Even the ones that I culled out, I didn't throw them out. I've still got them in the solo cups. I'll let them sit in there longer, but they're doing all right too. I'll give those away. Those are the 3 golden slurricanes that I cut. They were smaller.
That's the big one, eh? Was that the big one, your slurricane, or was that other strain you
That was
dropped?
the Kim Dog. the
Oh
big
yeah,
one.
Chem Dog, yeah.
Yeah, it's already at 5 nodes, so we'll be topping that down probably next day or so.
I gotta flip my master push. They get too big. Hindus are gonna be backed up, I think, or maybe the 14th. I don't know.
Yeah, tell me how that the Hindu is. That sounds pretty
It's looking
tasty.
really good. Yeah, it's looking real nice now. It's gonna
That's
be
the
big.
Hindu root beer, right?
Yeah, the one you see at the very top left there on the left-hand side quadrant.
Yeah.
With the very top left there, that's the tall one. That's it. Pretty nice, actually.
Well, I gotta say, Rowdy posted something in the chat and I clicked on it. It doesn't look bad. I just don't know how I feel about. I mean, it seems cheap for what they're saying it can do. It just seems a little cheap.
Submerged continuously.
The
Yeah.
continuously submerged pH and EC tester. It's aquarium hydroponics tool, but it's only $40.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know. That kind of
just a couple of sensors that go in there.
Yeah, and they're constantly in there, but I don't see how that would be cheaper than one that you do by hand, or how it could. And it's only got it's got 3.5 out of 5 stars on 140 reviews. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt. It's
a
not
lot of those reviews. It could be people who just don't know what they're doing with it.
Right, and it's also looks like it's
Yeah.
I do want to say that we had cheap pens, EC and pH, that we sent to someone. They used them and then sent them on to someone else. I mean, I'm talking really cheap, and they still worked, and they survived
like
3 people.
Like $30 doctor meters, or Vivo
One was like
Sun.
$10 or something. I want to say, or $12.
The
and
EC meters are always really cheap compared to the pH, obviously. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. What's that?
So it's that bulb that's so expensive. pH meter.
Yeah.
Crack babies.
Are just a couple of electrodes or whatever, probes or whatever that measure, across each other. So
Oh,
the pH is an actual bulb that reads that pH.
You can.
I wanted to tell Crack he was showing up a little bit. He was showing up there with a little bit of blurriness, and I didn't know if he knew it or not. But
yeah, I'm playing with the settings there.
Yeah, that's cool.
You were supposed to do that yesterday.
Oh, look at that. You can choose the color it's going to replace. Instead of a green screen, you can choose. So it replaces depending on the color you pick. Black here.
It's getting shorter.
It is getting shorter. That thing is a champ. I'm telling you.
Yeah. That's what Burke says. The calibration stability is always the problem with cheap pH meters.
Oh, that's cool.
Yep. They don't hold calibration.
That's trippy. My plant's in the foreground and there's like my logo in the background. The floor is.
It doesn't matter if you store them correctly and do everything you're supposed to do. They just don't. I mean, they drift fast. That's the problem with them. They're cheap materials.
What's that? The pH calibration fluid?
The cheaper meters.
Oh yeah. Well, it's powder, right? They give you powder, and you gotta have deionized water. Who has that?
Yeah.
Unless you have a distilling machine. I mean, you're a shit out of luck. What are you gonna do?
Oh, my RO does deionized water.
Oh yeah,
It's got a filter on it, so it'll scrub it.
I ain't buying an RO system just for that.
Yeah.
Just like calibrate my pH meter. Like what the fuck? Yeah.
No.
So I like those solutions. You could just test it, or you could actually do the calibration. Useful.
Well, I've got
Oh,
a
yeah.
four-stage RO system, and it has the DI filter on it for the very last, so it scrubs everything out of it.
So you can use that for your solution.
Yeah. I mean, I don't use it to calibrate my pan. I mean, I've got the solution for that, so I'm not worried about it. Plus,
Yeah.
the pairs are way better meters than those cheap ones anyway. So, like I said, I check it once a month just to make sure that it hasn't drifted.
I got tons of those packs, man, with the pH 4, 7, and 10.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah. Like I said, I started out with those cheap Vivo Sun meters.
Yeah.
And per se, where did that?
Not worth the plastic
Oh,
it's made
yeah.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice having both EC and pH in one is convenient, as my wife just mentioned in the chat. Just because you ain't gotta, it's obvious. You don't have to take it out, put the cap on one, get the other out, and it's just twice as you're already in there in the water. It's already like.
Oh man, I want a voice command. Okay, EC, pH.
Oh my God.
So I gotta pull it up. I gotta press the button. I gotta put it back in.
Well, I try to do that, but Crispy doesn't respond well to that, man. She starts typing it out.
It's looking quick enough.
We got jokes here.
Yeah.
That's because you didn't get the upgraded model. What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Voice command.
Upgraded model comes with all that. Get the pay extra for that.
Can't be pressing all sorts of buttons. No, because really, I mean, it's almost easier to just pick up the other pen and dip it, than to, well, I guess not there. It's just one button.
Well, I put both
like
of mine at the same time, so they're both
So the only thing
reading.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Puffy. There must have been a delay there.
I say whenever I mix mine, I put both meters in, so I
At
see
the
the
same
EC.
time.
Yeah, at the same time.
Yeah.
Double
So I
dipping,
see
eh?
the EC and the pH at the same time.
Yeah.
I always feel like I'll drop one. I don't know.
Exactly. That's why I don't, man. It's one at
Yeah, I
a
always
time,
feel
and
like
it's got
I'll
a
drop one.
firm rubber grip
Well,
on it there.
The pairs are waterproof. You can drop it in there, and it's not going to hurt it.
Yeah.
So is Blue Lab. It says waterproof right on it. And so when mine went shitty, there was people saying because it had a little bit of fog behind the mirror, or the thing that you look into. And they were like, "How far did you dip it?" And I'm like, "I might have dropped it, in the water before, but it wasn't recent." And it says waterproof. I mean, it's made for that. You know what I mean? This is why you spend $100 and some for a product that it's testing water.
Right.
So
Right.
you buy one that's good, and but I mean, like my wife said, we got by for a while on cheaper ones, and just like Burke said, kept the calibration up the best we could, kept checking them. So I mean, you get what you can afford at the time, I guess, right?
Yeah. Like I started out with as cheap as I could. Whenever I first started growing, I was looking to meet a price point whenever I first started, because once you're buying all this stuff once, you don't have a whole lot of money to spread around. So on some things you can cheap out and get you by for a while, but after time some growing, you get away from that starting point. You've got the extra money again to where you can upgrade that stuff and get your better quality equipment.
Yeah, like if you have to decide between an Apera or a good light, or you know what I mean, get the cheaper version for now on your pH pen and get by for the first grow or two. But you gotta have, your light. You don't want to skimp there and get a blurple or something that's not powerful enough for your shit or whatever.
Right.
And
right.
But yeah, I see what you're saying there. You only have a certain budget when you first start out, and you're trying to spread it around. It makes sense to try to maybe go middle of the road or do the best you can there. And I think that's a good point.
Your meters are are kind of at the bottom part of your list of as far as your importance of things that you
Yeah.
need to put money.
Right. I mean, it's important, but I get
Light.
you're right.
Number one
You're
thing is
right.
your light.
Yeah, that's it. You want to get your light. You want to make sure you got some good seeds. You want to make sure you got a leak-proof tent or somewhere to grow them if that's how you're going down the, you know what I mean, and things like that before you go and buy the most expensive meter on the market. That's kind of like, I think where we were all head with that is that you could start out with the cheaper ones, and then maybe later on, if you get a chance to, you upgrade, and then you feel a little more comfortable, and it's a little less laborious because then you're not constantly questioning it and calibrating it so you can test it against something. You know what I mean? And then what I found is I had 3 or 4 different cheap meters, and I'm thinking if I'd have bought one good one, I wouldn't have to buy another one because I wasn't sure of the last one, and then I ended up realizing that I bought a few of the, especially the EC meters, I found them to read off by as much as 300 or 0.3, so on those cheap Home Forest and Vivo Sun EC meters. So that's kind of what spurred me to upgrade there. And I figured while doing so, I might as well upgrade to pH, get a good bundle or something, and that's where I kind of ended up along those lines. But we definitely started out with cheaper ones and did just fine.
Yeah, we did.
For a
Plus,
while.
like, we didn't know if, if we were going to keep it going.
You don't know, yeah.
It being illegal here too was like a big pressing issue in the beginning.
Staying small,
Just
trying to be low-key.
Breaking the law.
And then we're like, fuck it, let's go.
And plus with those shitty meters, what you can do is get those drops or the colored, so that way you can test it every now and then. You give it a shake.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, it's gold. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you can use it.
Every now and then, especially if
you still have those too.
Yeah, you don't know anymore.
I think I got a couple of bottles of the drops and
or those strips. I guess.
A couple of those vials.
It's hard with those if you're using.
I don't use the strips. I never use the strips. Just put the drops in the solution and measure it against the chart on the bottle.
Okie growers telling us that we could go organic and then we won't need a pH pen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The soil takes care of it.
We could. That's a lot more work than DWC or cocoa.
There's rossinate.
Well, the preparation potentially. Yeah. Get the soil going there. It's a 2-3 year thing there and get compost. And, you know what I mean? But you could really be self-sufficient.
With my cocoa, I can just rinse it and buffer it and get it ready for the next grow.
Like Apocalypse grows there where there's no more grow store there. Where are you going to get your MPK? Yeah. So that's where you start going Korean national or natural farming there.
Yes,
the only way.
Exactly. Really. That's I agree. And you know what? We got a lot of love for our organic growers. No doubt about it. I mean, I guess in some ways going organic and water only is a flex per se, like, I only water here and that's it. But in other ways, I like to think that, I enjoy having control and I enjoy the way I grow, and it's therapeutic for me and it's good for us. And so I think, like, as other people say, there's room for everybody. There's room for everybody to drink at the trough, and
sometimes it's therapeutic. Sometimes we like to cry because things go wrong, horribly wrong.
Well, my ultimate goal is to be a live soil where I just walk away weeks at a time, water it.
I think outside I would really enjoy that.
I've said that many times. I would love to grow outside.
Outside in soil would be freaking awesome, but I don't think I want to drag a bunch of teas or bacteria and funguses and just like all that live shit in my house. And I just don't like
you need a farm or something. You know what I mean?
Like I need outside to be able to do that. But inside here
doesn't smell good.
No, I like the cocoa and the salts inside. It's clean, it's easy, it's sterile, and it's just good for us.
You have good luck with it. Yeah, mostly.
But I got a lot of love for the microbe guys and for
everyone that's just growing.
Yep, all that shit. So definitely Okie growers onto something there, man.
Remediate the soil.
He's
you all have the same ending in mind. you want to get to that good product. We all have the same result, in mind.
Yeah.
I
We're gunning
could
for
grow
that good-
outdoors and go all organic and everything, but living in Northwest Oklahoma where there's hemp farms around here, I don't want to walk outside and see a bunch of nanners hanging all over my my plants because they've been pollinated.
Well, they would seed up, and that would be a nightmare.
Yeah,
Like Max's outdoor grow there, you got a bunch of seeds, so
It's-
he's
the wind
growing
blows
them out to see what it is.
here
but
like
God
almost
knows.
24/7, and that pollen is everywhere.
Yeah, and it could be CBD for all he knows.
It is CBD.
No, well, hemp, yeah, but I mean, Maxer, like, it gets pollinated by some plant outside. You don't know who or what, or
Right. Yeah.
God knows what it is.
Especially what.
It's weed, but I don't know which one.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's a good one. Yeah.
We'll have to
Not
get,
what you really expected or wanted.
Oh, exactly. It's like a crapshoot. It could go either way. It could be really nice. It could be
I mean,
really shitty.
I know people around here who tried to go outdoors, and they made this big old plot, put up wind walls, and put the net over the top and everything, and yeah, pretty much everything that was outdoors was all seeded up.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that seems to be a lot of people's bane is seeds, and with Max, I think Crack Babies might have mentioned he had a lot of his shit was so seeded it was almost unusable.
You had to wash it all,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, he was trying
Yeah,
to
you're
wash
right,
his
Rowdy.
muscles.
Everybody would have to turn to hash.
It's the only way to really get to it
If
all.
we didn't have to worry about it, we could just grow. I would want to do it just for observation purposes at first until it lost its luster and I was like, screw growing outside. Let's just concentrate. But it would be like a good learning tool to see,
Yeah. It would
observe and see what happens in different environments. And
there's a lot
different-
more pressure outside, man. You have a lot more pest
Oh,
pressure.
yeah,
You have a
there's
lot more weather
less
pressure.
control.
Less control over the environment. And shit. So when you grow outdoors, you're obviously being more reactive than proactive. You can't oh, I see the cold front coming in. It's going to be dry and cold. Let me get my heaters out. So you know what I mean? It's just you're pretty much stuck to the elements. So, like I said, you do the best you can, and here we can't. If we tried to grow outside, it would be a guerrilla grow. We wouldn't be able to get to them all the time. It's more hassle than it's really worth. And for
It would have to be a greenhouse. You know what I mean? You can't
Yeah.
have the elements. Forget
Yeah,
that
dude.
there. But sun grown. So the sun's free. And
sun-grown.
you
Yes, I
supplement.
agree. Sun-grown and some soil that has worm castings in it or whatever, and some good just down to earth microbes, the fungi, all that shit. And there's no doubt. I would love to have that, man. Shit.
Yeah.
and have this grow inside the house. Hell yeah, that'd be where it's at for sure.
Little greenhouse farm there. It's like, that's what I want.
Just run hoopies.
Nice. Still going, eh? Damn. Good for a
Yes,
few
it
days
is.
of
The old Canagar. That's a 10-hour gar.
that.
Hey,
Multi-sesh.
we got what everyone here has a chance to win that light over at Cocoa for Cannabis tonight.
That's
No,
right.
I don't.
If you do, good luck tonight on that.
The
If you
big-
have a journal open in the
Puffy, you're not in the journal?
Is it a square light? Or is
It's
it the X?
600.
Is
It's
it
like
the?
my light, but bigger.
Yeah, okay.
And
Oh, here
Because
comes Ron.
unless they give me a different number, because I think my number is like 978 or something like that. That's what it was last time.
Yeah, I got the same number.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I
Do
think
you
they
keep this-
just reassigned the same numbers.
Do they?
so
Okay.
we keep the same number we had last time.
I was 130 before, and it's still 130. So I figure they just repopulate. As long as you updated your journal, then it just repopulates the number you had last time.
Gotcha. That makes perfect sense. Quick, easy, and and so you pretty much riding 3 weeks on that same, because there's another giveaway next week for the SQ300, and that is for the picture side challenge.
Yeah, that'll get voted on.
Hell.
It won't be the number.
Picture size, yeah.
Because the first 10 are going to be chosen by God knows who, and then we pick. Like everyone at CFC gets to vote on
We
the
vote.
10, right? And that's going to be the winner. So it's not going to be
Yeah, we get to vote on
a
that.
number. Yeah, everyone chooses basically from the 10 finals.
So shout out to Ross and Nate just joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right.
What's going on, Ross?
Hello, Rock.
Did you see my
Just-
little pipe picture there?
Where is it?
I listened to you, and I put that little air hose there on the bucket lid.
Oh, the vent, the like pressure.
Yeah,
vent or
little
whatever?
airline hose. Or whatever.
Nice.
Actually, maybe I could see it in the picture here. Let's see.
Oh,
The
your
blow
angle?
off valve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's coming out of the
All the way
green
there.
thing at the bottom there. I don't know. You can't really see it.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
There's a tube coming out of it there, and that's pumping out the hot air from the res.
Do you put your hand in front of it? Is it a pretty forceful? It's a lot
I
of air
don't
coming
really
out?
feel it. I mean, it's
Okay.
there's so much wind in there. Plus, it's already pretty warm. So
Nice.
it's hard to. I could maybe try with like a piece of Kleenex or something. Like hang it in front of
A
the
little
tube and see it
windsock.
push it. Yeah, see it push the flow out. But
You
it does
could,
come through the net pot too.
get
They're a little.
some, PC fans and put on the end of it to draw it out.
Yeah, I
blow
could
it
do
out.
suction, but I mean it's being pushed out, so there's pressure in there. Just so it doesn't come up the net pot, right?
That would also help keep your res temp down too.
Exactly, because it was just flushing up the net pot, which is right up the trunk.
Yeah.
Where there's no lease, it goes like it literally goes inside the plant there, and it's all 100% moisture. And
Getting
I don't know,
those,
it's not what you want in the middle of your plant there, where there's no
Right.
wind. So I figured, yeah, it's a good idea to funnel it off to the side. It's like a little chimney. Serves its purpose. So how's your girl going there, right?
Funny you asked. I just had a pretty bad scare. I had to go to the greenhouse and use the microscope. I had possible broad mites.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I had I was noticing some leaves were kind of they had parts that were missing. They were just like either mechanical damage or pest damage. And I go and flip over one of the leaves, and it's like there are these almost impossible to see tiny dots on the back. And I looked up. I know broad mites are just incredibly tiny, so I was worried because they were like right around where the damage was.
Shit. I might have broad mites.
So I brought it into the mountain.
Because I saw a damaged leaf there. Shit.
Did you pull one of the leaves off and throw it under a microscope?
Yeah, luckily I had access to a microscope. It was so tiny, but it was actually just I was in there pruning, and my hands had gotten like the trichomes on them. And I think what happened is like maybe my sticky hand stuck to that leaf and it like pulled part of it off. And then the trichomes were like the little clear dots that I was seeing everywhere on the bottom of the leaf.
Oh, okay.
So looking closer, it was just
scared.
trichome heads.
Nice.
But I saw damage. I saw all these little specks on the bottom of my leaf. I was like, oh, fuck.
That's when it's really triked up there. It's like, is that PM? Like, what is that? Then you put it under a camera, you zoom in, it's like, okay, good. It's all triked up. Nice.
But I found I got as close as I could to it, and I've got whenever harvest comes, I'm gonna have some really nice trichome pictures. I'm gonna go in and use that microscope.
Yeah. Is it one of those USB 1000X or the cheapos or is
No, it's like a actual like scientific microscope.
Oh, a nice one, nice.
But I can see like inside the trichome head,
Nice.
which so I'm excited.
Yeah, I can see the ball, but you don't get much detail when you're that zoomed in there. Plus the resolution ain't that great. They say 1080p, but it's 480p. So if you could have that kind of zoom, but on like a camera on your phone, like the macro lens ain't bad there, but it's not nearly as close.
I can take pictures through the microscope. I just have to put the camera as if it were my eye, and I just have to like mess with the focus. But I've done it before.
Oh, through the eye lens. Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
It works just as clear. So definitely works.
Because I was looking at those, more expensive lab ones there that take the picture. They have the screen on it and everything, but man, they're pricey.
Yeah. Yeah, I look at those too. Like, holy cow, that's a lot of money.
And I have a 15x macro lens, and it's pretty close to the 1000x there when I zoom in. So if I got a 25x macro lens, I wouldn't have to zoom in as much with the phone and get a little better, clearer shot potentially. Maybe even get in the trichome head. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I love those shots, man. It's a whole other universe in there.
Yeah, it really is. And
Yeah, I need to
it
get one of
actually
those
is.
macro lenses.
It's actually good. Because I'm going to be focusing more on the trichomes going forward. If I'm going to be focusing on hash, like, no one's going to see my buds. They're just going to see the trichomes. So I'm trying to focus more in on, when the optimal time is. And so I think I need to get some in-depth views here.
All right. Start seeing the pockets inside the trichome head. See the mat, the mat and all that stuff there. It's like, I want to see the detail there. Because Schwale, they're on, I think it's IG there. He does macro shots there, and he really gets in there, and it's like, wow, those are really nice, man. I want that lens.
Yeah, I like that. It's hard to get the side profile. You know how they have like the trichome, and you can
sideways there. You're looking to
It's
grow
kinda
like a
hard to get
tree
that,
there.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
Hey, I have a question for somebody real quick. I hate to interrupt here. Did did you guys see that I fell off of the thing totally?
No.
Did you?
Yeah, it gave one of you guys the host duties. I totally fell offline and everything. And I was like, shit, I thought it quit the whole feed. But I was watching on my phone and it never let down. Like I seen everybody talking. I'm like, shit. We hurry up and come back. And we made it all the way back. And it said retake the host position. So I clicked that button and I'm like, whoo, But
it's like we're floating at sea.
yeah.
Danger.
They probably gave it to me since you dropped out, since I was the first one in.
You left us at the mall, Matt. That's Matt.
Probably.
I didn't even notice. I wasn't even paying attention to the screen. I was looking at my plants.
Well, it was weird when I came back. It said Smart Poker / Crispy Wannabe currently has host duties or whatever since you fell off. Would you like to take them back? I'm thinking that is me, but I had to click yes anyhow. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, wait a minute. Did you try with your phone instead of your laptop?
No.
Okay.
I came back with the same laptop.
One there.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because you know how it is, or you can't join the same stream twice.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
Like
here's my question real quick is I think I found a way to where I can go into the YouTube chat and post that link for somebody who might want to come on the show,
Yep.
But I wanted to ask you, would that be copy URL or copy invitation?
Well, they're
Copy
both the
invitation.
Same. Yeah, invitation. Because URL probably is just a link to the Zoom site, whereas invitation, well, that'll be the link to the app potentially. You know how it brings up the browser window and it says you want to open the app, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. So I'm going to give that a try real quick. I didn't want to, I feel like I totally interrupted for this, but yeah, let me give that a try. That way, if anybody, and then like Jack says to everybody, if you want to join us, make sure you join the Zoom with a name that we'll recognize from the chat of YouTube, or we won't be able to let you in because we won't know who you are.
Yeah, but we can't take that chance.
Yeah.
I did, and I regretted it. Big time, twice.
Twice.
Burke will attest to that. He was on with me there. It's like, oh man.
We've been having Zoom classes like for the school, and there at the beginning it was really rocky because people would join in, they'd find the Zoom, and they'd join in, pretend to be students, and then they would like play pranks on the professor, and they would like play porn in the background or like play music, and it was an issue.
The stream. Well, that's not too bad. The one that came on mine was pretty nasty.
So
yeah, this guy
Insta ban there kind of thing.
When they implement that kind of stuff, there's people out there that, oh man, I got to figure out a way to troll these guys.
Yeah, there's just, I don't know, man. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
I think it was copy URL because when I did that, it's showing an actual link, kind of like the other
Okay.
one. But
Yeah.
when I did invitation, it ended up putting something down in chat that was long, man, like more than it could handle, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we're gonna try to do
Oh,
this.
maybe the invite is for like for
The
Zoom
invite is,
directly. Like if
yeah,
you're using
exactly.
Zoom, then that could be the invite there.
So
But a
we're gonna try
URL I'll
this.
bring it.
Boom, there it is in chat, and we're gonna highlight that and see if that's how Jack does it. Pin message.
Yeah.
And we should be, if anybody wants to join, I think they should be able to click that. And
There you go.
like I said, if you join us with something that we recognize, we'd be happy to let you in. But yeah, we can go back to the regularly scheduled programming. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second unless you want to open. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Did you guys have any topics for today that you wanted to focus on?
That's a good question. Didn't really discuss that. We just been
I was
going with the flow.
I was thinking something to do with the New Year's Grow Challenge, maybe like pruning or potting up,
Oh yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that.
Anybody in chat who has a journal over at Cocoa for Cannabis, you're more than welcome to jump in and show us your progress and talk about your grow if you want to as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been pruning my Master Kush quite a bit there. Trying to get all the branches off, so it's just the top. So I have a tendency to not do that, and it gets super bushy, and I clip them all off later. It's a waste of growth. So now maybe she'll
Yeah,
be a
that's
little
a good.
faster. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And you're talking about the big families, right? That
Well,
you,
the branches, the pruning, like the little shoots there. If you don't take all the tips off, like I try to get all the tips off to the top 3 so that they don't, get too bushy, because every shoot is basically another branch later there. So try to get those early instead of later, because right before flip, usually I'll prune out whatever's not 2/3 the way up, and that's like a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? I should have
yeah,
took it off a long time ago. So it's like I know it's not gonna make it usually, because I've clipped so many of them. Now I know it's like, okay, all these guys should just go now because it's not gonna serve and it's not gonna make it up top.
so you said an important number there. You say 2/3 of the way up. So you're talking about if that shoot has reached up into the canopy far enough where it's in the top 2/3.
Exactly. So if you're looking at the whole
What?
growth there from the net
Okay.
pot, like 2/3 of the way up, if the top of that branch isn't there, I snip it off. Bye-bye. Right?
Yeah,
And
so
everything
not the
else
origin
is
point, but the top. Yeah.
exactly the very tip of that top. Because if it's not in the 2/3, it's not going to get light. It's never going to get higher, and it will eventually just get buried. So might as well chip it off now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's an important point because it's just going to be etiolated yellow growth. Those branches are not going to have the same vigor.
Exactly. It's going to be larfy. And God knows I had a lot of larf there.
Just these Gorilla Glues are a perfect example of that. Let me get you down here to the bottom of the pot here. I didn't do any lolly pumping whatsoever on these because they was just a fast flip that I did just to try to get them done and over with. And this is what you end up with. All this down here.
Yeah.
All the way down. All the way down.
So
Even
that's what I
this
mean,
stuff
like,
down here.
yeah. So unless
Need
you
to
got like
wax that.
super duper, production going on there, that's all gonna
Same.
stay small.
Yeah, it's all the way up.
And
Like I said, I didn't do anything with them.
Yeah.
I just flipped them and let them go. That's why I've got these big old javelins sticking up and it's not all even.
But it's still pretty big though. Like I'm surprised that they don't look too scraggly there. They got nice chunkiness for the week, week 5, 6 now, 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah. Not bad at all. So it's just that, if you had removed all those bottom ones, then potentially those bigger ones would be way bigger now, is the theory behind
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's
I'm still gonna end up getting more than I figured with it. I mean, even if a lot of these buds are going to be smaller, they're developing pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. They
Even
don't
for
seem to be
these,
so
the ones
small.
that are all ugly too. So
Like
yeah, they're pretty close to the same
yeah.
size as the
Just like
top.
Doc said, if it's got enough energy, then potentially it'll supply all of them. And it seems
And
to be
that's
getting
Well,
good
I,
light there. It's not too
I
crowded.
I
Yeah.
think if I hadn't switched to high frequency fertigation, it'd be a totally different story here.
Yeah. You're providing and the light and the newts, and the newts don't really contribute, but the light does, and it seems to be getting it. You know? So that's good.
Yeah, and the light's penetrating far enough down that where they're getting quite a bit of what their daily needs are.
Exactly.
And a way to think about that is, I think it applies to cannabis too, but it's called source and sink. And so, the source being the photosynthetic potential of the leaves, and then the sink being, those extra shoots and all of your total bud sites. And so, if you think about it, you have that singular amount of source, but it's being spread to all of these sinks. The root development, those lower shoots that aren't really going to be much. So if you kind of remove those sinks, that source is going to get spread out, and they're going to have a healthier, more productive plant.
Yeah.
For sure. Basically dividing up the energy to each shoot. There's only a certain amount of energy, right?
That's always a tough thing that I always struggle with. I always wish I would have took more. Or later on, when I'm like, all the flowers are set and everything's good and rolling, I'm like, shit, I wish I would have took a little bit more lowers. But it being that they come out like a telescope, man, what is a top now is soon to be something that's halfway down, depending on the stretch. So I'm trying to like always keep up, but not cut every day. And, I kind of get sometimes I do a little better than others, but
Well, I
yeah,
used to do one pruning and now I do two because of that.
Yeah.
Because that first pruning, it's like it's long, it's way down there now. It's like, when I
Yeah.
I was watching that Kyle Cushman video there about the super crop. 5 shoots
Yeah.
after that, by the time it's done bolting, right? So at that point, I mean, you should almost top it to the top 1 before flip, and then potentially what's left should, get light and be all right, not be too low. It depends on the stretch too, right? The super node spacing, then it's
Yeah,
it's
I
gonna
think
get way taller.
every time's
Yeah.
different. You're right.
Yeah.
It just depends on how it's reacting and shit. But I
Like my
agree
little
with
Master Kush there, it's super, like it's a foot shorter than the other one, So
getting rid
that's
of
a
that
good.
shit does help the tops more develop. There's no doubt about that. I think that anymore though, I don't mind a little bit of lower stuff with the Canatrol and us liking to make some hash. It's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, sometimes they're a little bit underripe if they're too low or too large, but are not really worth the time. But we've been getting pretty much better at that. And what Puffy had there didn't look too bad. I mean, those didn't look like they were super large. They looked like it was going to be nice little, Budwardos. But yeah, those.
Yeah, they look
Natural.
like they're going to develop. They're just going to be smaller.
Because there's a lot of
I
leaves,
mean,
man. If you think about it, there's nothing removed from the bottom at all. So all the leaves are there. So it's potentially
Yeah.
got the
Yeah.
maximum energy to potentially harvest is
Yep.
potentially
the full
being
quantum load.
harvested. So
Yeah.
maybe we should
Yeah,
just leave them alone or don't do nothing.
It'll just move it
Train
around
them a
wherever
little
it
and
needs
that's
it.
it.
So the top is
Now, if your
gaining
plant
plenty,
was-
and the
But you
bottom's
need good ventilation to make up for all
still
those
getting
leaves,
plenty.
right? You
If
don't
that
want-
Oh,
plant
yeah.
was 5.5
Yeah.
foot tall, man, I might tell you, I don't think
Yeah.
they're going to really develop very well. But I
with
think
a lot
they're
of
gonna be fun.
space there. Like the way I grew my monster there in the 5x5, I had a foot all the way around of walking space. So the light could
Yeah.
reflect and get underneath there and kind of cover the whole plant, like a bit like if it was outside.
Right.
So that kind of setup, you'd probably be a little more successful than a full dense canopy there, like Rock's got.
Yeah, and
Only
these
Yeah,
aren't
so-
is getting light.
these aren't super bushy either. So I mean, a lot of the light's still making it quite a ways down in the canopy.
For sure. It's got good potential. And the other thing is it takes away from the size of the nugs, right? If you go too crazy,
Yeah.
then they're monster, cracking nugs there. It's like, what
Yeah,
the
and
hell?
that's exactly what I was gonna
I don't want
I was
those,
gonna
man.
mention that.
They're too dangerous
Um,
for mold and stuff.
Get mold. Yeah, mold. Mud
Yeah.
rot.
They don't fit in the jar. Too big, man. Like, what the hell? It's all the same nug, right? The thing that you literally break off the final branch when you roll your joint there, those are really the nugs, and it's just an accumulation of them in one spot.
Right. It's a
But that
bunch
one
of
little
nugs.
nug there, that's going to be the same nug all over the plant. And to me, that's all that really matters. So if they're all scattered all over the plant instead of just bunched up in one big, nice looking one that's IG friendly, I don't care. I'd
Yeah,
rather have
to me,
small ones.
as long as it's dense, then it really doesn't matter to me how big it is.
Yeah. Terps and density there. Yum, yum.
Yeah. I mean, I plan on doing a 2-part harvest on this anyway. I'll cut those spheres out probably about 1.5 feet down and then drop the light down another 6 inches and let it go for a week and let those others finish out.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
not
cool.
a big deal. I mean, I'll get more light down there, and like I said, just let them go for another week, and they'll be fine. They'll fatten up a little bit more and get a little bit more solid, and and then I'll just go ahead and chop the whole plant.
Yeah, like that back.
So
Yeah,
something that CB said was, he's thinking about all that growth that he's removing. The plant took time to produce those leaves and shoots, and he's taking it off. I heard an approach where they don't even top the plants; they just let them grow naturally, and they have the plant count density just to kind of fill in that space. And they said that having those main colas and the satellite branches, it allowed more airflow and more light penetration. So I thought that was an interesting conversation about not taking stuff off of the plant and what happens there.
Like a semi-commercial grow there where you have several lights side by side there's a lot of bleed from each light. There's no loss in that kind of setup. There's no reflections.
Yeah.
Every beam is being absorbed by a plant.
Yeah, because
That's
you get
more
that array
efficient
effect.
and it's getting more angles of light, right?
Yeah.
If you space
And you're
it out
not
right.
taking parts of that plant off every week like a sadistic
No,
torture.
exactly. It's just a matter of ventilation so the RH don't climb. Because that's
Right.
the only reason we remove leaves is to make sure it doesn't get too humid, right?
Right.
But if
No
we can control
microclimate.
that, then we don't touch the plant. Just keep leave the leaves, literally, each one, every single one. Unless it dies off, the plant will
Right.
decide. It already knows what to do. You know what I mean? It'll kill
Yeah.
it off if it doesn't need it.
Not only
So-
that, the more leaves you take off, the greater impact of any kind of imbalance
Yeah,
take
it's
place.
stored newts and it's a solar
Because
panel,
of
man.
less leaves. Yeah.
Even though it's
Something
all the way
happens to
down.
the roots, and it's gotta pull its energy from the leaves. So the less leaves you have, the more damage the plant's going to be trying to counteract whatever's going on.
It's a plant buffer, right? It's its own buffer system of nutrients, but just the mobile ones, right?
Right, the mobile ones.
It's an interesting theory. They must have tested that, man. Like mainlining versus, au natural with the right lighting on both, right? You can't do the same lighting because it wouldn't be the same style of growing, right? Because I mean, you see those outdoor ones, they're monsters, like 20 feet high. It's a treat.
Yeah, that's what they said is those satellites actually came up more than what you would think. That they weren't totally like a Christmas tree. It was more like a chandelier.
Yeah, exactly. That big ball. Wow.
And that was an interview between Athena.
Outside, the sun is moving across the plant, so
yeah, the angles change.
It doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't have to come up as high as what it would inside, under artificial lighting. So
it's not reaching.
I could see where the satellites would come up a lot faster.
Well, mine don't reach, man.
They're the same height as what your mains do. Mine don't either. I mean,
they're scared of my
little
light.
bit. But...
There's too much of it. I bleach them. Man. It's like, oops. I push it too hard, and that's to my detriment. Because they don't like that.
I little tip for people who tie up their branches. what I figured out is, see, I'm using this twine, this, it's not cotton twine, so it will end up cutting into the branch. But what I did was I took a piece of air tubing and split it, and then put that around the stalk, and then tied my twine onto it, around that, and it
Nice.
keeps it from putting too much pressure on the stalk.
Perfect.
So the air tubing acts like a gripper, going along that stalk.
That's a good idea, man. I did that in my net pot there. Got those little foam covers. I cut a tube in half, and basically it's like a gasket or whatever, just enough to keep it tight.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The drills it just a little too wide, like it's a 3-inch hole, but I mean the net pot's 3-inch, but it's there's a little give there when you actually do it. It's like
Yeah.
3.2 mil or whatever, a little more. So this covers the gap there, makes it tight, won't fall through.
Shout out to the American one in chat and to Hey Ron
Right.
420.
American one.
Yeah, it's been about 10 minutes. I was kind of sleeping there. Penny Pebble Rippers is always here. That's an awesome name, and appreciate their support all the
Cheers,
time. But
cheers.
yeah, I was over here rolling a joint. I missed some people. I was like, I dozed off for a minute, I think. I got some fresh coffee now. I'm ready to go.
What's up,
We're
town,
at
everyone?
Lights Out, or we get to show you some Amy Aces, the American one.
Yes. We have our time set up for
Go off at 11 and back on at 5.
that way. Whenever we do run to 12:12, it'll be off from 5
to
to 5. That way, that's just kind of where we want it. Now we're going to set this other tent up here within the next couple days, start some new seeds, and have it on an opposite schedule, I believe, and have 2 plants in there as well. We're not sure what they're going to be yet. That's going to be dictated by those sex tests coming back Monday, hopefully, and
Yeah.
that's where everything will change. We can start
Keep
another
that tuned
tent
in.
and shit, and but that's what's going on. So that's why we have the globe, or what is that? A picture of the Earth there with space behind it instead of plants today, because we had to go to lights out at 11. And now we're gonna smoke a joint, and yeah.
So you're going to be doing 5 to 5 on one at night and 5 to 5 on the other during the day?
I think so.
Cool.
Just
so you
to-
always have a
just
tent to work on.
Always have a tent to
Also the
work
heat.
on. You always have a tent to
Go hang out if you need it.
if you want to
For
go
sure.
live or something. You always have a tent to shoot on at least. You know what I mean?
No,
And
it's
plus,
good.
it splits the load up instead of having a whole bunch of load at one time. Even though we got our dedicated line now, and shit, it
Oh
just seems
shit,
like,
yeah.
you know.
I never thought of that.
Plus
The
the
other
heat.
thing about that, the thing that I would be most interested in is the heat. Those lights are putting out heat, and it's cold right now. I have to supplement heat at night. So if you just had 2 tents that are running opposite each other, they can keep each other warm.
Exactly. One will help warm the other, and vice versa. But it's going
Yeah.
to
We're
be
hoping.
it'll
Yeah.
be a little bit weird at first, because one tent will actually be on 18 and 6, and then it'll go to 12 and 12 while the other one's already on 12. So, but we'll still always have something to shoot our tents into and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got that going on, and I got my my 18.6 and my 12.12 both lights on at 5, but one shuts off way later. You know what I mean? Like it's
Gotcha.
like one in the morning or something like that. 1 in the morning, and the other one's at 5 p.m. I gotta shift that to 6 because it's getting bright out. At 5 it's still bright there. It's like, oh no, I don't want no light leaks. Oh, shit. Like I keep the lung room dark. I'm worried about light leaks
Yes.
getting into my other light leaks. Like
I've
it's
got,
pitch dark in there, but there's a little
I've
pinpoint, and
I've
I'm
got
afraid.
thermal curtains over my windows, so it blocks out pretty much
Yeah.
all the light.
I got Mylar over the tent, on one side, just in case. Extra barrier. I heard Master Kush is sensitive there for firming up. So.
Make sure none of my vents are facing any light source that are open. Close off everything else.
I got
Oh,
isolate
that's
one tent from another. You know what I mean?
that brings up an interesting point that I was looking at the other day. My intake vent, I have the ducting. I have a 6-inch ducting coming in from the side, but where I put it, it's blowing directly over the plant risers, directly over the runoff water, all the wet media. And I'm wondering,
Yeah,
am I
help keep your humidity.
well, or botrytis inoculant in the root zone could be, sporulated and blasted around in the air with every single venting gust. So I don't know.
What is it?
I was wondering, like, if you want to avoid putting your intake vent where it blows across your media.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. But then again, like I shoot one oscillating across the bottoms, which is all cleaned up. It's all branches basically, and and one on top across the top canopy. So it's I don't have soil, so I don't consider that. But there is the net pot, right? There could potentially be some crap in there that's
Yeah,
accumulating
that's
or
the
whatever.
issue. Like a leaf that falls down into the saucer on the backside. Don't see it. Finally get it, and it's covered in mold or something.
Yeah. Then you're pushing that all over the bottom, sucking it up through the plant. Not good.
Yeah, I'm always looking out for dead leaves that have fallen inside my pots or down inside my my drip pans. Make sure that stuff doesn't get in there, or at least not sit in there for very long.
I don't even water at all. Top feed, like for my DWC there, I never top feed just to keep it dry in there. I want the pellets dry. I want everything dry because there's already a lot of moisture coming up from the water through the net pot.
Right.
Right.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
your clay is never wet.
No, exactly. But I do keep the water high, right? I don't keep it an inch below the net pot. I actually put it a half inch into it. If I have pellets, it's right at the plastic. But if I have just my like a clone and I have a collar, I'll put it a half inch into the net pot. Because see, the thing is I use bennies, right? So the bennies are in the water. They're not in the air. So,
Right.
and the water drops, right, as the day goes by. So it's really, the water's only there for a little while. So the bennies get to swim around there and clean up
if you
daily.
crack on yours, if you could use, instead of having your balls, your clay balls in there and your net pots so high, fill it maybe 3/4 the way with the balls, and then use a puck to seal that up. Since
Well,
you're not top feeding.
I don't want the pellets at all. I've tried them now. I'm trying to eliminate them. That's why I have the 3-inch only. Because before I used to put the 3-inch into a 6-inch, and the 6-inch I had to fill with pellets to keep it in the middle, right? So I'd put the roots at the bottom of that 6-inch and fill it with
neoprene
pellets.
puck.
A what?
A neoprene puck. Hold on, I've got some around. They're first.
Yeah, you're talking about the ones for the cloners.
I've got an example.
No, well, that's what I mean. So I want to eliminate the pellets and just use a collar, like for my clones, but on a seed. Right? It's just that stem's got to be long enough there, so I could put the rapid rooter underneath that collar, let it hang in the net pot, basically.
Yeah.
And let it grow like a clone, basically, and let the rapid rooter kind of get destroyed by the roots. I don't want resistance, you know what I mean? Because that's what would happen there. Is those pellets don't give, they're like rock, right?
Right.
So the roots have to grow around them, and you know what I mean. Whereas that stuff, it expands. You know what I mean? It moves, it gives, and that little baby net pot, 3-inch net pot, it's fairly thin plastic. It's easily breakable by it. It could puncture it, and the roots get big, and it's okay, you know. But with that 6-inch here, holy shit! With the pellets in it, it was expanding. It was busting. What's that?
So does it damage the roots when it does that?
I wouldn't know, right? So that's why I'm trying it without now. So to see if maybe that was a factor in, restricting growth in some way. I assume it would, you know what I mean? When I chopped that big monster there and I saw that pellet in the trunk, it's like, yeah. There's definitely an interruption of flow there. It's not 3-inch below the net pot edge, it's still 2.5 because I still had the pellets all around there. And they were in the trunk, basically part of the trunk now. So, you know what I mean? So there was a it was a 3-inch trunk and a 2-inch net pot, basically because of those pellets.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I thought, man, I don't want to restrict it, you know. But at the same time,
Yeah,
so
that's
when it
the
gets big
that's the
enough,
one
it'll hold
thing.
itself in there. It doesn't need those pellets. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
They were really just there to keep the rapid rooter in place so it doesn't fall over until it reinforces itself.
I thought I was thinking just use those pucks just you know, when you move up to a bigger net and just move to a bigger puck.
Yeah, those collars would be ideal because you can just remove the collar, right?
Yeah,
It's no big deal.
yeah.
It's the net
If
pot,
it starts
right?
getting
Once
too
you
big,
put it
just
in a net
remove
pot,
it.
it's in that
But-
net pot till you chop it, and it's going to the garbage with it because
Right.
it's going to be part of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's the dilemma there.
Like
Is I would
like a tree growing around a fence post.
exactly. It'll be
Yeah.
part of it. You know. So
So that's you know, if you bury your plant too deep, like whenever you're repotting, I know this is not DWC, but you want to avoid burying the crown of the plant. So I'm wondering if you put the collar too high for that DWC, I'm wondering if you could run into the same like crown rot issues.
well, it'll turn to root system.
Yeah,
I
that's what
think
I'm
I think
saying.
it'll adapt itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when you fill
Okay,
your
so it's
pot
like
up there
tomato.
and you bring it higher after a while, you know, it'll kind of turn into root system and it'll convert kind of thing. Because
Okay.
I usually like I would put the collar right at flush with the rapid rooter. That would be
Yeah,
my
because in
ideal placing, so that the top part has got as high as possible there. It's not the leaves right on it, you know. It has to be
it makes
tall enough,
sense.
and I can't wait too long because you know it needs the newts. It needs. I can't leave it in the tray there. I have to pull it out of that tray as soon as I see a root at the bottom. It's out the tray and it's in the net pot in 400 EC water in a 2-gallon pail, 3-inch net pot right then. So it's
Getting
too
closer.
small. It's too small to put a collar at that point. You know what I mean? That's where I'm kind of screwed there. And I can't put it in a 1-inch net pot because then that'll just be more restriction. That'll be part of it. Now I'll have to put that in a 3-inch. You know what I mean? I want to add plastic to the game. I want to remove it.
It's almost to the point where I'm not gonna be able to smoke it anymore.
Yeah, it's you're gonna have to put it in the bowl or dice her up in the grinder.
No, like my last night, I'll just
Yeah, grind it up.
peel the
It's
paper
hash.
off and then make another one. No, not grind it up. It's already compacted everything. All I do is just stick it back into the mold.
Oh yeah, that's right. Put it at the tip. That'd be the
Yep,
first part. You
very end.
smoke on the next one. Nice.
You gotta
Yeah.
I saw some dude smoke a roach down to the tip. He put his 2 thumbs and 2 index fingers together and made like a little diamond. And then he like put the roach on the other side. So his hand was like so his fingers were the mouthpiece.
Nice. Well, like the chilling with the
He just
palm of your hand.
roasted it. Yeah. Down to the end.
What's the
Cool.
point?
So that little tip there,
You
keep
can
it
do it.
just long enough to fill that gap you had there. Right? Remember you had that 5 grams and
Oh,
you had
yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
left? Make
5
it so
grams
that
on
it's
the
just that.
side, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be the perfect size.
Right. Good call.
You remember? You got a
Still
picture?
need to get some clamps for it. I'm not gonna get great big ones like Burke has. I'm gonna get some smaller ones that, you know, put on there.
Yeah, so it doesn't bust out.
Open up just barely big enough to slide over it.
Nice. Yeah,
I
those little
improvised last
rubber
time 'cause,
clamps.
Yeah.
Shout out to Danny D in the
Last
chat.
night,
Cheers.
And yeah, and real.
Oh, is that Mountain?
Mountain Dan, yes, I do
Mountain
believe.
Dan. Yeah, that's Mountain.
Yeah,
I
okay.
do believe so.
Yeah,
No.
that's Mountain.
Cheers, brother.
Always good to see Mountain Dan and everybody here and
Yes.
in
I know,
chat. It's
isn't it
all
Dan? Isn't it Dan B?
No,
Not
it's
D?
Dan D.
It is Dan D. Okay.
He's a dandy guy. Dan D.
Yeah.
Good guy, Dan.
Yes, good guy.
He's been on the show. He got to click the button right there if you want to come on. It's in the I'm not sure how many people got it. I'm so glad I figured that out because I don't know who's all received it and if it was the right time and shit. So you can always click it right there. Yep. And hey,
Yeah.
are you watching the chat, Crack Babies? Because Rowdy420 was asking earlier. He was like, "Does Crack Babies even watch the chat?" And I thought he was.
Sometimes. But when I click or I adjust my video, then I got to go back to the chat window. And sometimes I forget. But I'm watching it now. Yeah, it is Mountain.
Cool.
Right on. Confirmed. I thought it was a B for some reason.
That's our buddy Dan, man. Glad to see everybody, like my wife said, everybody coming out. There's Martin now too. Martin 420, Martin K 420. Everyone rocked it. Just buried 2 seedlings. This is for you, Ross and Nate. I don't know if you're reading chat. It says
I can't see it from here.
It says I just buried 2 seedlings 2 inches past the crown as they were lanky and left 2 as normal. I was hoping it would help hold them up and get some roots coming out the stem. Should I replant?
No.
Yeah, that's
You need me to repeat that?
no, I
2 inches
got it.
past
So
the ground.
the issue there is, so you want to avoid something called dampening off, and that requires that the organism, the pathogen, actually be present and the conditions be there. If you're going to bury it past the crown, it will increase the chances of that because it's creating the environment for that fungi to invade the plant. And that's really the most crucial stage is those first few days. But personally, I have buried plants exactly in your situation where they're lanky and you need them to stand up straighter, and I have not had issues. But I wouldn't, a plant like tomatoes, you could do that, and it's actually beneficial. They'll put out adventitious roots across the stem. But there's certain varieties, they're like cannabis. Cannabis can get crown rot, and so I'll just keep it in mind. Maybe don't bury it too deep. Maybe use something to hold it up straight instead. But in my experience, it's not going to cause you issues.
It's a good point. Remember
I've
that spring, that circle I had around my trunk there on my monster? There was a bunch of little holes there. And I put peroxide on there to kill that stuff. But that was definitely some kind of it sounds exactly like you're saying crown rot. It's like, man, it looked like a crown. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was fizzing.
We've always been under the impression, my wife and I, that you could rebury a cannabis plant all the way to the cotyledons or whatever you want to call them. Up to that point, it will continually be okay, and it will root anything below that. If you go past those, you run the risk of getting yourself into some trouble. Now, I don't know if that's true now that after hearing Ross and Nate, but that's something that I've always lived by. If they stretched out, I was always cool with burying them all the way up to the cotyledons. But I have had damp off too before, and I think my problem there was trying to keep a dome on a little too long, trying to keep the humidity up by way of doing that. And I ended up going a little too far the other way or whatever. But I've definitely had the Pythium damp off a few times. Our friend Mountain Dan, sorry, go ahead. Mountain Dan's going to join here in a second. I just wanted to give him a chance to say hello.
Yeah, it makes sense too. It's not there that it would be the cotties or the line, right? I wouldn't go any higher than that.
Well, if you think about it, that's a natural entry point for the pathogen. Along that stem, there's no natural wound, but those cotyledons, will fall off. That's a point of entry. But it happens when they're young. So whenever the plant is like really young, you'll see that dampening off. So if you can get it past that point, you're probably pretty good. But if you want to be extra careful, I would say maybe adding a root drench. If you've ever had dampening off in the past with a certain media and you're using that media again, maybe look for a root drench. The ones I would suggest are for horticulture, so I'm not going to list them. But I would use something like Crack Baby said, the H2O2 mixes, something like SLF 100, some root drench like that. It will kill the Pythium.
Cool. I think that's great advice, man. Thank you for putting that together. What's up, Mountain Dan?
How's it going, guys?
Cheers, man.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sundazed and Confused.
Happy Sundays. I'm trying to figure out just to get the picture and not me.
Yeah, I always see the picture. there.
Unless I did that. I guess I could just point it at the ceiling, eh?
Yeah, Well, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties today. and
Oh,
I don't
is that your icon there?
Story of our life.
story of my life is there's a little bit of a technical difficulty is on the actual YouTube feed, it's doing the whoever's talking gets the screen. But
Yeah.
I have it set on the actual Zoom app that I'm looking at right now in my computer as gallery view and not speaker view. And it's still not, I can't get it to change no matter what. Now, like I said, for
But
me,
It's cool though, because you can see the people that don't have video when they talk.
Yes, it's
It shows
pretty
the
cool.
name.
Yeah.
It's like that's kind of useful.
That is
Yes.
useful. But is it
It
maybe that Zoom is on the however you just labeled it, but YouTube is on?
That's
No,
what I
it's
can't figure
a
out.
Zoom thing. It's a Zoom
It
thing.
is.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
what I
that
can't
it might
figure
be a global setting. You know what I mean?
That damn Zoom, man.
Yeah.
Man, we've had so much trouble, Mountain Dan, with other people. Like I've actually took my camera off the other day and was showing my
Yesterday.
screen, and people are like, "Yeah, my controls are totally different." So people are like, they get frustrated with me, man. They're like, "Nah, click the button down below, man." And I'm like, it ain't working for me. So, but yeah, we anyhow, we have it. That's how it's set up right now. But I like I agree with Crack Babies. This gives people that aren't on video, you still get to know who's talking.
Screen
Versus
time.
being-
Voice.
yeah, disembodied voice. Yep.
Yeah.
And but I don't know. We'll try to maybe correct that. And that's what I was thinking. Maybe there's some kind of setting on YouTube that is doing that and not the Zoom. But I don't know how to change that either.
No,
I'll
you're
have to
just
go-
monitoring. On YouTube, it's just monitoring what's going on Zoom.
Yeah,
It
that's
has
how I
no
look at it.
control at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know what the frick's going on or how I did it, man. But yeah,
It's in settings, but it'll be in the settings, not the ones you can see right now. Or it might be in the video section there, that little video icon. There's a little arrow, and there's settings there, video settings. It might be there. But
it comes up USB camera, integrated webcam, and same as system.
yeah, that's
or
your
mirror my
cameras.
video.
This is going to
Oh,
become.
did you
smart poker.
update the app from yesterday?
No.
Yeah, okay, so that's why. So you got an old version. When I went and
Yeah.
checked it, there was a new one. It's 5.91 now.
Well, one thing we was worried about doing was this close to the show, we was worried about messing up something that we couldn't really fix or whatever, And
Yeah, no, you'll be all right, bro. Like it's
so
it's
we
really
figured-
just like kind of override it there, and it'll remember its settings.
gotcha.
I do it all the time.
It's going to become Smart Poker's Sunday Dazed and Confused Zoom tutorial.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
That's a learning
yeah.
curve, man. We're all learning how to use it. Like we were playing with it yesterday, so it's
We'll
fun.
be 20 weeks in. Yeah, we're trying. We tried yesterday to mess around with it, but we didn't go live on YouTube.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
didn't see this
You should've
speaker
stayed-
problem there.
And then when we first started.
So I
Episode
should be
1 and
paying
2.
attention. Is that what you're saying?
So it's just that online, it's it's showing the guy while he's talking, and that's it. Whereas for us yesterday, we couldn't see that. Like it was whatever we were seeing that he was setting on his Zoom there. We all had our own control basically over that, but we couldn't tell what was happening on YouTube because it wasn't live. It wasn't being streamed there, so we didn't know. Now we know.
All right, there's something going down here in chat that I want to bring up because I'm not sure. I kind of might have missed this here. Let me read back here real quick. And unless somebody was about to get into something, it says, hey, Ron 420 told Penny Pebble Rippers something about, I've never used oil on flowering plants. I misunderstood. I have used natural predators and an increase in airflow to deal with pest and flower, which
Oh, for
pretty
neem
good
oil.
advice, pretty good advice. And
Yeah.
then The next one says. The next one says Penny Pebble Rippers said, bring up the pest control to @Rossinate. He might benefit from this stuff for the mite problem, and he might miss this suggestion.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and then
Where was that suggestion?
I'm not sure. That's what I was saying. He can't see it. It says once in flowering, I feel like it's just a management issue to prevent plant death and manage pest population. I'm not sure what I missed here.
Mercenary. Order the mercenary. Is that what you're talking about? The mercenary stuff?
I'm looking right now.
But anyhow, I just thought I didn't want Penny Pebble Rippers or whoever to think that I was ignoring what they was asking or whatever. So I clued you in. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm all hot up,
Yeah,
man.
they did.
I smoked like way
did
too much. Huh?
mention that they were going to order the mercenaries. Seemed like a win-win.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay, the mercenary. What is it? A nematode or what?
I don't know if that's a product or a bug or what.
Yeah, I think I don't think that the mercenary is a specific bug. I think it's just meaning
some product.
Get down with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Get some murder going on up in there.
Order the mercenary.
Kill, murder. But yeah, that's like I said,
the angel of death.
Yeah, man.
Coming over. I got that song.
It's oils they're talking about.
Oils.
Yeah, well, they were talking about neem oil, but then you can't use that in flour. So
nope.
Pests or predators are the best for flour, so they can actually eat the bug. You don't want no bugs left in the flour, right? They can get to them and eat them. Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have all the bug poop regardless.
Well, poop.
Well, you can do a wash when you harvest anyway. So I mean, you can wash all that out.
Yeah. There was bugs. I definitely do a dunk.
I'll smoke all that shit, man. I don't care. I'll smoke more bugs. That shit be
meat group.
It'll be going snap, crackle, and pop all down my joint, thinking to hell with it, man.
Hey, man, don't people put shit in a bag and huff it?
Protein.
I don't know.
Right.
What?
You guys,
what are you smoking on? Hey, what's
organic?
Organic, yeah.
I had one of my jobs was was at a grain elevator, and so I've got all these this corn coming in, soybeans off the field, and I'm dumping it out of all these trailers, and there are so many bugs that go into everyone's corn that they eat. And I don't know how that gets filtered out or not, but I'm just looking at it like I'm gonna go eat a tortilla later with this grasshopper in it.
Isn't that ridiculous? And then you look at the standards that they have for medical cannabis growers, either home growers or industry, what the standards are. It's great.
Thing. It's a good thing you have to boil it for like 30 minutes or whatever to cook it there, because oh boy, I wouldn't want.
Yeah, trust me, there's been more than one rat come through there. So.
Maui Wowie, that's what it was on Cheech and Chong. They were smoking dog shit in Maui Wowie, man.
Labradoodle, that's it.
Oh my goodness.
It was on the back of my head. I was like, fuck, what does he say?
Yeah, I couldn't think of the name of it. That's what it was. Shit, that's good stuff.
And it's a problem because it's two dogs' names mixed into one. And I was like,
oh man.
Dog ate my stash, man.
Yes, that's it. The dog ate my stash. We had to follow it around for days with a bag and shit. I have that movie on video somewhere. I've watched it so many times.
I'm glad you didn't say you had to do that one time.
That's desperate.
No.
What?
It really blew the dog's mind, man.
Must have been a really bad dry spell.
Yeah.
And it was in the movie, if I remember correctly. Everyone was dry.
Yeah, they had to go to Cousin Strawberries to get that, to get some buds, remember?
Yeah.
And he had
Dave's not here.
Yeah, Dave's not here.
Dave's not here, man.
He's like, we're gonna go see some people, man, and they don't fuck around, man. You better stay here. You know?
But he
Oh, that's
spotted
No,
he spotted the heat, man. Yeah. I was like, no, I'm
wa-
there. Bombs going up. They're
I
everywhere.
gotta watch those things again.
That chick snorting the Ajax.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Man.
Oh, is that for me?
she made that weird noise afterwards, man. It was so funny. She acted like she had an elephant trunk and shit, making these weird noises. And I was like,
And-
holy
Yeah,
Yeah.
felt like Donald Duck.
yeah,
a
that's
slight
how
convulsion there. It's like
she was wild.
you shouldn't drop
all
on the
them-
floor.
That's a great movie, man. I mean, it's like every part's good. You know, they nailed that one.
That's a great movie. I laughed so hard that first time I saw that. I was a kid. There was like 12, 13 maybe when I saw that first time. My lord.
I like when they're all smoked out. He goes, man, we smoked that whole lid, and I ain't even high. I don't even catch a buzz, you know. He said, and then that's what made me try to figure out what's a lid. Do you guys know? Because I had to like find out.
Shit.
isn't that
It
10
was,
grams or something?
You had to smoke
I
it by
heard-
that suitcase back then.
I was told it was 3/4 of an ounce was a lid. That's like it was a natural, like, you know how today people buy eighths, quarters. How I guess a lid was
An
something you
eighth.
could buy.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
3/4 of an ounce.
An 8
Yeah,
gram.
like a dime bag. And
So
I've
that'd
had
be
that
21
called an
grams.
ounce.
21. Yeah. 1 ounce is
21
28.
grams.
3/4 of an ounce?
Three
Yeah, that'd be
quarters is
21
21.
grams.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
21
grams.
grams is also
Hmm.
that, isn't it when you die? No, how does that go? When you die, you actually get lighter and they
Oh yeah,
hypothesize that
21
that's your
pounds or
soul.
something. Is it 21
No,
grams or
no,
21 cents?
it's ounces or
Ounces,
grams.
yeah.
Yeah, they did that.
But I want to say
21
it's 21
grams, yeah.
grams. Like
Yeah, it's
a month.
grams. Yeah, it's small.
They were putting people on the scale right as they died and measured how much their soul weighed or whatever.
That's what their hypothesis is. But here's the one thing that I think. You know how fish, right? Okay, this is going to sound really weird and really sidetracked, but you know how fish can control their buoyancy by contracting their diaphragm or their floating bladder or whatever?
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
the air pressure inside the lungs.
Well, kind of,
That
sort of,
doesn't-
yeah.
does
And
that
then
weigh
and muscle
anything, then?
tension. So, like when your body is alive, it's electrical current, so it's tense to a certain degree. And when you're 100% relaxed, maybe that tension is the grams that are lost.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Internal
Huh.
pressures, like turgor pressure, but for you.
Kind of, sort of. I just mean all
Blood
around. Like,
pressure and all that stuff. And you know what I mean? There's a lot
Well,
of
it's-
pressure inside your body.
yeah,
But then
They
again,
say
we're
there's a
in pressure too. So yeah,
They say there's
yeah,
a certain
but we got to
amount of energy.
stabilize. We balance it out.
yeah, yeah.
And then when we remove our ability to balance it out, then we equalize.
Oh, lid means a whole ounce according to the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, it's an
Cool.
ounce. Cool.
Yeah, and then there's like when they were talking about that putting people in the scale when they were dying and measuring their soul was they were saying like the universe has so much energy. It can't be. You can only change the energy. It can go from one way of being an energy.
There's
to
no
another.
loss. Yeah, exactly. Nothing
Nothing
goes
Yeah,
can
away.
be destroyed.
The total amount must be preserved. So when
It's
you die, all the
converted.
energy, yeah, it has to go to
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah. And
Well,
that's
I
what
feel
they're
like maybe
trying to
that's your-
explain there. It's like what
that's your
is it
energy.
converting? What's converting and what's it converting to?
I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe somewhere out there, another person is born and they take your energy immediately.
Does energy
Why does
weigh
it have to
something?
be
Well,
another
you would,
person?
I don't know. Maybe it's a butterfly.
thing.
Maybe it's, I don't know, man.
Why
I
does it
just-
have to be something in
Up
our
the
eyes that we
electrical
consider
energy,
living?
And I guess that would change.
Yeah,
What if
that's
it's a-
outside
what if
the
it's a
3D
fart?
world, right? Oh,
What
that's
if,
outside
what if
the.
as you're dying, you just, you let out your last breath or your last, they say you empty your bowel, whatever happens.
That's what I was thinking. You know what I mean? That last evacuation.
Yeah, but the evacuation is still on the
Be
table.
more
that
than
they're weighing
21
you.
grams. I don't know.
Is the air that was in your lungs?
Yeah, that's the pressures. I mean, could it be pressures just from like the moisture in the air? I don't know. The water content. So yeah, it wouldn't be 21 grams. That's a lot of water. 21 milliliters, right?
Yeah,
21 grams.
21
grams,
milliliters. Approximately. I
Yes.
think
It's a gram per milliliter, right?
it's
The
isn't
weight
it
of
just
water?
under like 0.98 or something milliliters is a gram?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, well, I think the scale is, or the reference is water. Like
Yeah.
pure water is 1 gram per 1 milliliter, and then everything else is a fraction of that. Like honey is 1.2, and
Yeah.
some things are lighter, So that'll tell you what floats, and what sinks to the bottom of water, like oil
I put
floats.
a question out to a bunch of friends on Facebook. You know how in the sea, fish and everything, I don't know why I'm on a fish thing, but some fish can move through water faster because of how they have adapted their skin, right? Birds, in a sense, have adapted to air, but they're my question is what's more slippery than air? So when we figure that out, then maybe we
It's the
can.
drag, right? It's not that the air is more slippery, it's that there's less resistance to it with the way they designed their feathers there. They're super
for
like
birds.
efficient.
But is there anything else that could pass through resistantly, limiting drag? Because that's the whole point of, like, say, like these UFOs and whatnot. They're moving as if they're not reacting to physics.
Well,
There's
that's,
other
I think
energies involved that we don't see too there potentially.
they base that on matter and antimatter engines to move around without any resistance.
Right.
It's outside what we can measure, right?
Basically,
or else we'd see it.
moving the space around them, creating a tunnel to move through.
And
Oh
they see
shit, we're talking
effects.
about UFOs.
They see effects of stuff
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
can't measure,
yeah,
right?
moves
But they
fast.
see the effects of it. That's kind of like how they discovered Pluto or whatever. Like they saw a disturbance and something had to be causing it, and so that's how they found the planet. And so
Yeah,
these
they
black
saw
holes and
a
the dark
radiation,
matter,
I believe.
they're
how
effects that they can't explain, and so this is what we think. We don't know what it is, but it's the effects are there, right?
Yeah, they were seeing the radiation from the planet that they couldn't see.
Like at this, the
And
natural
holes on
world
other
doesn't
planets.
explain the phenomena, and there's something missing, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Well,
the dark
that's why they
energy, dark
believe
matter.
isn't there like a 10th planet in our solar system, they think, that has like I don't know, like a 2,000-year rotation or something?
Yeah,
I think that
effects
was
potentially.
debunked because of how far out it would be, and the elliptical pattern that it would take would
It would have to be based
make
on
it to where
measurements
it would have to end up in.
of all the other planets in that area, right? There would be something else affecting them that's
They said
not
that the
accounted
size of
for.
it would have to be so big because it's so far out
Yeah,
that it's impossible not to be able to see it.
the effects are minute, right? And we
Well,
haven't
that's why
been looking that long, right? We can.
Well, that's just it. There is a pull on our solar system that the only thing that they can figure out is that there's another planet in rotation that's just so far out of rotation, or
Like a twin star, a binary star system, where it's so far we don't see it.
no, like, how Pluto is at the furthest of our solar system, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't know about it until we seen certain effects. There's another planet doing the exact same thing, but its rotation around us is so big. Its ellipse is just giant, almost like, say, comet Halley-Bopp. It comes around like every 75 years or something, right?
Yeah.
There's another planet that they think that is rotating our sun. And I'm just throwing the 2000 out there, but it's like thousands of years.
Yeah.
And when it comes by, it actually cuts through in between us, and it's either closer to the sun or further away. And I might be pulling something out of my ass here, but
elliptical,
I think I read something.
Yeah. It comes in and then it goes back out.
Yeah.
And it's really long,
Yeah, and they think that that's one of the things that destroyed the planet that was in between us and another planet, that Iverson meteor belt or whatever.
Yeah, the meteor showers and all that. The
No,
Leonids and they're remnants of comets that came by in the past.
Yeah,
The
but
Kuiper belt.
if you look at the solar system and you go like Mars, Venus, Earth, or however the rotation or the order is, there is a space where there should be seemingly a planet, but there isn't. It's a meteor belt that it fills a complete ellipse like the planet or the Earth does around the sun.
So it's a gathering of stones, basically a previous planet that got shattered somehow. And
Well,
it's still
that's
kind
what
of
they
rotating.
think. And with this meteor belt that's there, is it goes towards people saying why we've never actually been to space. We been to the moon because we can't get past this thing.
Oh, the Van Allen belts.
Van Allen, that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. That's the high energy. That's from
Yeah.
what's it called? The Aurora Borealis there. So basically, there's magnetic waves, and there's two layers, and they're offset. So there's a South American anomaly, they call it, and that's where one of the belts gets really close to the Earth, and it affects the satellites and everything. And yeah, man. So there's the radiation in those belts is very high, but they go through it real fairly fast, and they take a northerly track because they're like parenthesis around the planet. So it's north and south, there's nothing. But east and west, there's big belts and there's two layers, and they're pretty potent. Hey, Helly,
Flat
how's it
earthers.
going? Helly Doc.
What's up, Ellie Doc? How you doing?
Hey,
All right, guys.
Cheers.
Awesome to have you here.
Thank you. How's your Sunday morning going for everybody?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
Good.
Yes.
Getting into space talk there.
only one scare with broad mics. That's all for my morning.
Oh,
Had to do quick microscope work.
working on first cup of coffee here myself.
I'm on
That
two.
first cup of coffee is always the best.
You hear it?
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of radiation then when they go through those belts, but it's like, it's like several X-rays at once or kind of thing. A
Yeah.
year's worth of X-rays at once, but it's not going to kill you instantly or nothing. Yeah.
No.
And they're
So
somewhat
what,
shielded.
But it was the thing is that's what they think is this other planet that goes through this rotation has passed through and did something and destroyed something, and then all the remnants fell into that Van Allen's belt.
Because I've been following a theory about how, the whole biblical flood and all that, and
Mhm.
that because there's scientific proof there for two big
Events.
floods basically, water events there, pulse water 1 and pulse water 2 there. It's 19,000 and 16,000 years ago, something like that. And
Yeah.
the theory is that it was a comet or an asteroid that hit the planet, but nobody can find the asteroid or the crater or the
Impact.
meteorite,
Yeah.
right? The pieces. But it's like, what if it hit the ice sheet? Because it was 11, there was 3 kilometers ice over Canada there. And if it hit that, and there's evidence for the flooding of that event, and that's in Washington State.
I was
You
just
look at the middle of the
watching-
state there. It's Randall Carlson. Sorry, he's the one who's he's looking at that right now. There, I've been following that. It's pretty interesting.
I just seen something recently, like the other day, they were talking about a meteor impact events that would be like human annihilating sort of thing.
Yeah.
And the size of meteors that do hit the Earth, and I want to say it was like if a meteor was 3 kilometers radius or diameter, the impact would, how do you put this? The meteor doesn't ever touch the Earth. It vaporizes before it gets to the ground, but its force and like an atom bomb, everything, it just pushes out of the way.
Oh yeah.
Does that make sense? So like the only thing that we could look for human annihilating or a catastrophic event that killed the dinosaurs or whatnot, it wouldn't be a remnant of a meteor. It would be literally like the hole in the ground. And there's so many impact zones on this planet. We can't decide which one's which.
Yeah, like they found the impact meteor, but I mean it's buried. You know what I mean? It's just geology at its finest there, and they found it, but there's no piece that they found that hit or that 65 million year old asteroid or whatever. That's gone. That's long gone. It's all obliterated, like you said there. It's vaporized basically. Yeah. So, but there's always an impact crater, right, that you can find, and that's that like original impact. I think it was on the ice and it vaporized water like on a massive scale that you can't even imagine.
Yeah.
And pieces of it bounced, and that potentially created pieces just the chunks of ice. If you look at the North and South Carolina, the bays near the ocean, there's a lot of elliptical bays that have no explanation. They don't make sense. And his theory was those were the chunks of ice that fell off that impact. Like they flew like thousands of kilometers away there. They were in space basically and fell back to Earth. They're big chunks there. Like, you know what I mean? House size glacier chunks there that fell through the sky. That, you know, that's what was left when it hit the Earth. So, and that was his contention there, that something hit there. They just found a crater there in Greenland at the northwestern part of it there that's been exposed by melting ice there. So that potentially could be a piece of the original impactor that created that second. So
that's wild.
I don't know if there was as much ice there at the time.
That is some wild shit, man. They also have they had that, me and the wife was watching something on history, I believe it was, or something. And they was talking about, like, I think they called it panspermia, where it was like different little microbe life forms flying through space on like asteroids or whatever they're called. And then they hit the Earth and they seed the Earth, and then, you know, and shit like that. But, you know,
they're in space in the meteors.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
It's frozen ice. So that could be potentially a part of an ocean of a planet that got impacted and then shot into space, turned to ice. It's got the microbes in it. They're still alive.
That's the theory behind seeding other planets in the universe, is what Smott's saying is a panspermia.
That's what I mean. It's everywhere. So where did it come from, right? Yeah, so that means there was another world that potentially had life that seeded us. Right.
It's crazy. You'll start to get, your head will start to hurt when you think about that too far. You get so big out into there, you know.
You know, Mars. They're saying Mars was potentially like Earth before, so maybe you know, and even Venus.
Yeah,
same
Who
thing.
knows, man?
So a lot of things happen. I think those meteor showers that we see there, the Leonids and the, you know, all those showers there that we see yearly or whatever, that those are previous impactors, and that's what's left of them. Like Earth ending, you know, like my contention is that little graphic they show you there of the evolution of man there from the ape to the man, those are all different races that lived on the planet. They're not evolution. They're just they're the ones that died off. We're the last ones left. We're the only ones that made the last impactor, but there's been several.
What if it's not that we're the ones that made it through the last impactor? It's that we're the ones that have the wherewithal for each event, because it is a cycle. Like this, how many times has the world been populated and then wiped out?
Exactly. I think we were around the whole time with them.
Hey, I wanted to ask,
that would fit Tim's story there, Tim Blake.
Yeah.
They made us from them, you know.
Ross and Nate was in chat there talking to someone about plant questions, and I wanted to kind of maybe steer us back that direction, if that's all right. He's saying about some dark stalks and stems, and he says, yeah, what's dark going purple on? And I wanted to shout out DT. I wanted to shout out the Weedus 207 joining us, and everybody, Penny, everybody just still hanging out. 17 people in chat right now.
Yeah, I'd say that's genetic. I mean, unless you know, if they're all purple, yeah, it's genetic. My WGX Mac V2 there, it was all purple. But then again, you know, they grow out of it. Like it seems to be the lower part, and then the top part, they're all green. You know, it's a genetic thing.
My sclericane is the same way. Every time I grow it, it's got purple all up and down it.
The green crack does it too there. Like candy cane stripe there.
It's actually purple. Yeah.
No,
it's not striped. It's purple.
Started noticing purple in my sour cushes as well.
Yeah. The WG, it's solid.
Is that purple on the petiole, the leaf, the part that connects the leaf to the branch?
Yeah. The actual branch.
You can have that with genetics, but I wonder if it also is a genetic expression due to a phosphorus issue, or due to kind of like cation exchange issue with the phosphorus getting locked out.
Don't tell that to the purple lovers.
Hey,
They'll be
yeah,
deficiencying their plants there to get the color, eh?
yeah.
Hey, look at mine, it's purple.
I think
Yeah.
that's a
I don't
big
think
thing too, is like
that's actually true.
where
Yeah.
and when this purple shows up.
Chasing those fall colors.
Yeah, it's like I don't care, man, what
I
color it
mean,
is.
if you were having a phosphorus deficiency, your leaves would be showing it.
Yeah, true. Wouldn't it? Yeah, wouldn't the trunk be the last, or the branches be the last thing to? It'd be like to me, it seemed like it would be a longer lasting thing, or it'd take longer for it to appear, longer for it to go away.
Well, if it's getting a deficiency, I mean, where's it gonna have to pull it from?
Yeah,
I mean, if
that's
it's
what I
not getting it at the roots, then where's it gonna pull it
yeah,
from?
that's why I say genetic. I think it's just
Hey, Ron, how does the rest of the plant health look? If you have purple stems and the plant looks healthy and vigorous, I would lean more
Yeah.
towards genetics. But
Yeah.
if it's phosphorus deficient, you're going to see some other issues as well.
there are other tells, exactly. So if it's the only thing happening, then I wouldn't worry about it. But
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Like I said, it happens every time I grow the slurricane. At first, I thought it was a deficiency as well. I started checking my ECs and everything was on point. So I knew it couldn't have been a nutrient lockout. So I just let it go, and the overall health of the plants always seemed to be fine. I mean, it doesn't show any kind of slowing down or stunting or anything like that. So I would say most of that is genetic.
leafy there.
And could it not be too, is like a genetic expression naturally, but then if it does have a deficiency, that expression could even be more predominant. Like the purple's going to be there, but if it's phosphorus deficient, that purple could be like dark purple.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, it would be more of a
sorry.
dramatic indicator, Yeah, that makes sense. And the other thing that I'm thinking of is, what's happening right now with the plant that could reduce the phosphorus? Is it the temperatures? Because if you have cold temperatures, that's going to reduce the uptake of phosphorus dramatically.
Okay.
So if you've got one plant and it's next to an intake, and that intake's bringing in really cold air, maybe switch things around, or get a heater or something like that, and you can maybe see a difference.
Good point.
And then what about where it starts to show up? Like if it does start up on the the leaf stems, or if the leaf stems are green and it starts to show up on the actual stalk.
Yeah, to me, it would be, if it's genetic, it would be everywhere, universally, right?
Yeah.
If it's not, then I would
I don't
think
know.
more
I don't know.
deficiency.
Universal or more just even.
Because you still have
Yeah,
your
exactly. Like
microclimates
universal
in
in
there.
the height of where it's appearing. Yeah.
Sorry,
Good.
Small.
That's Buffy.
No, I didn't
Right.
say nothing. I'm just
No.
rolling up. I'm rolling up.
That was probably me,
It was Buffy.
the Smartinator. I
The
was
the
saying
smart
that,
poster.
You could have a micro climate in there that could be affecting just maybe one branch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
then that would be the, well,
But yeah, but
is it a
I
negative
think
thing
if it's
though?
genetic, I would think it would show up all over regardless.
I'm just wondering is it bad? Like, is it, if nothing
And
else
that-
is wrong with it, then it,
Yeah,
Exactly.
like I
Does
say,
it matter?
if your plant health is good and you don't see it, underperforming, then I wouldn't even consider it an issue.
exactly.
Mhm.
And one thing that I would say, hey Ron, if after you switch to flower and it starts stretching, I've noticed that the purple actually dissipates. It's really strange. Like, you'll look at the stem and it's in stretch, and you'll notice the purple kind of fade. And I'm wondering if that's like maybe the stress of going from 18.6 down to 12.12, and maybe the light load was causing an issue with phosphorus, or I don't know what's going on there, but
Could it even
I've
be
noticed
some?
that.
Good
Is
point,
it
though. It's the
deficiency
change
or
of phase, right? Like it's changing its whole structure there. It's going to start making flower. So maybe that's part of it.
is that purple?
Yeah,
Do you think it's a deficiency or a toxicity?
I don't know. I'm
I
thinking
think
it'd be
it's,
more protection
genetic
from light or
or-
something. You know what I mean? The anthocyanins, that's usually to block light so it doesn't burn itself or whatever, or a protection.
Okay.
That's I
So
know what
they-
that's why purple appears on your leaves, is to protect itself from the light. So they're potentially more light sensitive, those strains, and they turn purple to try and block it. Right.
Wow, all these things that come together to do these things.
But that's literally the purpose of anthocyanin,
Right.
is
And
to block light.
It could just be a phenotype too.
Well, that's what I mean. But why would that phenotype have that feature? It's a result of a need for something, right? Why is it
like-
purple? It's purple because it's blocking light. It's like
So if they
when it goes really dark
Banner
green,
direct light strain.
that's chlorophyll, and that's not, it doesn't want it. If there's a lot of light, it'll turn really bright, like light green, so there's not too much light being absorbed by the chlorophyll. But that purple might be more of a shading thing. It's shading itself. You know what I mean? From that intense light.
Yeah. And
Like-
it makes sense because I had my one cement shoes, the top was turning all purple, but the like literally anything shaded by a leaf was green.
Well, green, yeah, there you go. So it was
And
okay.
and like literally strips across a finger of a fan leaf where another leaf was sitting.
Oh yeah. So there you go.
Yeah.
That would be a good confirmation of that.
Genetic defense.
Like the red of the stems there, some people, oh, it's a deficiency, and sometimes it's just the light, and it is the light, because when you look in the shade, it's green. In the
Yeah.
light, it's red. And there's literally lines in the in the stem from the shade of the other stems that are in the way or whatever. So that
So
for
then
sure that's the
literally-
light doing it. It's just defending itself.
Drop
It's
in your humals
getting a
raising the
sunburn.
light.
getting a sunburn.
Hey, I have a question for from the chat. I think it's a very good question, and it is from Comfortably Numb. It says, I have a question. If a strain takes 8 weeks to flower, is it 8 weeks from when you switch to 12 hours, or 8 weeks after flowers start forming?
Yeah, I'd say pistils
Forming.
appearing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we can, you guys can go ahead and fire off what you think there. I just wanted
Yeah,
to bring
first-
up
As soon as you see
First time your
pistils, it's in
pistils is-
flower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got the transition period between. So I mean, as soon as the
Yeah.
pistols go, then boom.
So it could be
Yeah.
through 4 or 5 days, or it could be 12 days. Some are slow to transition,
That-
especially if
that's
you
why
flip
I-
them early.
Some people will count their time from flip, and some people will count their time from when they actually see pistils.
Yeah, if you
should do
flip
both in a
before,
way.
yeah, if you flip after you see pistols, then I wonder how it must be much faster than if you flip before you see pistols. Because I always flipped before I saw pistols.
Oh, you mean pre-flower?
Yeah, pre-flower.
Yeah.
I
No, we
think-
mean when we say pistils, we mean like the starting of the pom-poms.
yeah, on
so-
the actual shoot of the bud.
Yeah, like the forming of a real flower, like or a cluster.
So
Yeah.
me, the pre-flower was my indication I was in flower, because I'd always flipped before.
You're
Oh,
just
okay.
you're
Right?
just going to sex. Like as soon as it shows mature, your plant hits maturity.
It's flipping the flower at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
it's-
yeah, that's you're
that's
flipping
why I
before you see
wonder
the sex, and then it's showing you the sex and starting to flower at the same time, sort of thing.
So I heard it's not good to do that. You should wait till it actually shows 6 and then flip.
Yeah, it's a stress
Well,
in a
it
sense.
depends on if you're grown from seed or clone.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
clone, it's already going to be showing 6.
Yeah, clones, it's an adult. It's,
Yeah.
it's already in
It's
a
matured, and you can
adult.
tell the difference because I flip and it seems to get quicker into flower. Because it's
See, I
already,
think
this-
it's already in
yeah.
flower.
I think this
but
is a
no
great
seed.
question, and I think the way I've always interpreted it myself was from the time I seen pistils come out is when I considered it to be in flower, and I considered it to be 8 weeks from then is when once it showed me the sex, that's when it was ready to go. 8 weeks later, 10 weeks later, depending on the strain, flowering time, and also this brings up a good point. Could it be breeder specific or whatever? Because if you think about other things, say somebody might call their plant 10 days old because it came up out of the soil 10 days ago. Somebody else might say that same plant's 13 days old because it got wet 13 days ago. You know what I mean? So
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's an initiation date, but I don't put my newts based on that date. The
You-
newts
you
will be
gotta
based
think of
on the
this
day
though,
it
right?
popped out, and okay, so that's
Right.
week 1, right? But it could be day 10.
Yeah,
But
it
in
just
my
That's a
newt
depends
great
recipe,
point.
that's week 1. Yeah.
When
Yeah, it
if
depends
it's
on
a
the
photo
stage
period
it's in.
plant and it shows pre-flower, the plant's not in flower. It's showing the sexual maturity.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. If
Right.
you're still
So
in 18.6, it's gonna keep vegging.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you can't say that the plant's in flower when it shows pre-flower pistils.
No, it's because I flip before they appear.
Exactly, but that's what I want to clarify out there is that, you know, because it sounded like when Smalt was saying is like as soon as I see the pistils or the pre-flower, it's in flower. It's like it's sexually mature to put into flower, and then it's a week later or so that you're gonna see the starting of the pom-poms.
And then they'll actually
Yeah,
set.
see, that's a good point because I never differentiated those two things. It was the
See, I
little
never do
node,
either.
the node little pre-sex pistil.
Yeah.
That to me
Yeah.
was the indication of flower.
Yeah, and
From there,
apparently
that's
all
flower. You
plants
know,
will
it's
And,
starting.
throw
and
out
for
the
me,
pre-flower.
It won't be
That's
long
just
after that.
for me, it's always been an indication. Once I see the sex that the plant is mature enough to
right.
go ahead and go to 12-12.
You go ahead and
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a
Because I
good
didn't deuce
distinction,
it.
man.
I didn't deuce it, and maybe that's why it took a while for it to actually show pistols because it just
And
wasn't
that's
ready.
what I was trying to
Well,
get
that's
to.
my next question. That's my next question was, is somebody here was just saying the other day that they go 24 hours of veg and you will get a quicker start
Onset
to your
of flower.
flower when you, yeah. Now, I don't know if that's
Yeah.
true, and that's not my advice. I'm just curious
Or
if we
show
can take
sex
it.
quicker, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or how does
Yeah,
that
well,
work? What do
and
you
is
think?
it
That's
doing that because it's stressed out?
I
Under-
wonder.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna
because
say.
it needs a rest period in there. I mean,
Yeah,
you
and
can
it's
do
saying,
Yeah.
oh fuck,
more, but
I
you-
need
Well,
to
it's
get to
going
flower,
to whether
propagate,
it-
and drop seeds.
Well, it's
I've-
going to whether it gets it or not. It can only photosynthesize for a certain amount of time.
right,
You know,
right.
it's
the DLI
20
there, right?
hours.
If you're blasting it
So-
900 UMOLs for 24/7, I mean, it's.
I think a useful
Something's gonna
conversation about this timing is on the breeder's end, because if you're somebody who's looking at timing, you know, the difference between genetics and how long that stretch can take is pretty big. So if you get a seed that says 8 weeks, you want to know exactly, you know, that's going to be 8 weeks from whenever you flip it. You don't want to think, oh, it could be an extra 2 weeks. It could be an extra 1.5 weeks. So I
right.
think it would be most helpful if that time period was from the switch to 12-12, and it, you know, and then you could have an exact timing that you
And
know
even-
we can all agree on.
Even specify that if you do that flip to 12/12, do it after she showed sex. Because it might be different if you do it before. It might be a little longer, and then the timings won't
Then the
match.
breeders got to get even more specific with their temperatures, RH, everything that they've gone through,
Right.
because that affects the plant itself.
The phenotypical
And then-
expression, right? It's going to
Mm.
show a different plant if it's grown a different way. So they should
Yeah.
say, okay, well, this was soil grown, you know, cool and
The,
dry.
the
or
only
whatever.
consistency we can get is from clones.
But even that could be changed if you just change the parameters a bit, right?
Yeah.
It'll show up differently.
But what I mean is if the breeder says, grow this like this, and this is what you will get if it's a clone, okay.
Yeah, then you're guaranteed pretty much it'll be that. A seed can vary, but a clone shouldn't, in theory.
I
Mhm.
think those are all great points.
As long
And,
as they're grown in the same condition.
Or the way he specified to do it, to get that particular look or whatever.
Yeah.
Like even it's down to like 2 weeks left in flower, and we drop the temperature down to 17 Celsius.
Cold snap coming, you know. It's like get in a hurry and get done. To me, that's, you know, wouldn't be a bad idea.
So I wanted to ask Mountain Dan and Hellenbach, are you guys in the New Year's Grow Challenge? Are you eligible for the giveaway today on Cocoa for Cannabis tonight at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yeah, yes.
9:30
9:30 Eastern Standard Time.
6:30
the West
Pacific.
Coast,
Yeah, out in
yeah.
California it'd be 6:30. But there's the Photon Tech 600 giveaway today.
Oh snap! Is it based on the last entries, journal entries?
Yeah, it'll be the same numbers, I think, too.
Same numbers.
Same number you had last week here.
I'm gonna
You
have
had
to
your
look up
entry
what my
in?
numbers are.
Mine's
good
like
luck.
really, really high, like almost as high as you can get. I've seen higher out there, but mine's like 987.
That's pretty high. I got 130. That's pretty low, but not bad.
Where do they keep the numbers in the forum area?
It's in
Yeah,
the
I'll
giveaway
go-
menu section there. There's an actual giveaways
Oh,
page.
okay, yeah, I
Yeah.
did see that. I wasn't cannabis strain review and then giveaway.
Like on there, and they'll
Let's see
show
if I
everybody's
can-
numbers.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'll see if I can get to it.
It's like not mine's 978 or 987, one of the two.
I think
978.
Let's see.
I don't know. I might not be.
We'll
Oh no,
find
those are
out.
strain reviews. It's not for a strain review, is it?
No.
I could be totally lost right now.
There's a link like within that page
All right,
as you're reading
so-
through it.
I'm looking at it right now. It says second Photon Tech new gear giveaway, drawing January 23rd. So rolling through here, I see EG, I see Keystone. I'm looking Puffy D. Your number is 978. Rawsonate, you want your number? 336.
Nice.
Let's see who else is here. Crack Babies, 130. Mountain Dan, 550.
Bad David.
Hey Ron's in chat. His is 784. If anyone sees Pocious, it's 438. There's only a couple
I
more.
got it.
Let's see here. Automan 943. I don't know if he's still here with us.
No,
Yeah, I could really use a new veg light.
At Photon Tech X600, I think everyone should use that. Yeah.
Heli Doc is 779. Good number there. I like that number.
I don't know. If you had the option of going with the Photon Tech for the flower tent and moving the Fold 8 over to the veg, or vice versa, which would you do?
Ooh, that's a good question, man.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
Yeah, I had to drop out of it. I actually needed my 5x5 because everything outgrew the 8x4. So I'm out of it. My name shouldn't be on there. I actually posted for one of the moderators to pull me from the contest because, yeah, I needed the 5x5.
Did you post recently post to that journal?
Yes, I did.
That's what
And that was the entry that I posted to the journal was, hey, listen, I needed to drop out of it. I needed to drop out of it because I needed my 5x5. So
that entered you into it.
Now you're gonna.
You know what
win.
you can do though is you go to the journal to that first entry, that first journal entry, and you'll see edit grow box, and you can opt out of the challenge, I believe.
You know what? I popped that up on my PC and I did not see that at all because I looked for it first.
It might
and I
just be
didn't see
one
it.
time, and then they don't ask you again there. I don't know.
Well,
When you
I
create
think
it.
it's, I think if nothing else, man, you could always explain it at the time of if you would happen to win. You
Oh,
can explain it.
absolutely.
Or
I mean, it's
just go ahead and put my address down.
I was gonna say,
pass
Dog's
on that
always-
for love.
Yeah, no, I needed the 5x5 and I had 5 of them going into flower and not enough room for them.
We totally understand that. It's always, you got to do what you got to do, man.
Oh, you roll a hard 6 and deal with it, you know?
Yeah, man. That's a great way of putting it. I like that.
They'll be busy anyway, so it's.
But that's
no
not a
biggie.
bad problem to have.
No, specifically since 2 of them are literally taking up that whole 8x4.
And they'll be ready quicker. So
How long were they veg?
Well, they're 8 weeks. So, I mean, the veg part, yeah, I did about 8 weeks on veg.
Okay.
These were the ones that I showed up to Coco for cannabis with. I was having a few issues, got to learn on the side a bunch of what I was doing wrong, corrected it, got it corrected on these, and they're just beautiful now.
That's always great to hear.
That's great.
Yeah,
If you
it's
wouldn't
really
mind
great.
sharing, what was
My problem was my ratios, flat out. I was not you know, I would see an issue, and hell, old school, you see an issue, you add a little bit more to it or whatever, take away. And I was fucking up, pardon the French,
Oh,
the NER. Yeah. Yeah. And until I literally was able to wrap my old head around that concept, I was just blowing it left and right.
That's a good point. A lot of people see a deficiency. We always like to point out that there's a big difference between an actual deficiency or a lack of nutrients versus a lockout, where in that case, the nutrients are available versus, they're there, they're just not available to the plant per se. So we always like to differentiate as much as we can between those two. And like you just mentioned, Heli Doc, adding more nutrients often, most 99% of the time, just exacerbates the problem anyhow. And then you're really scratching your head like, wait a minute, magnesium deficiency. I add more magnesium. How can I still be deficient? So, that's a great point that you brought up. That's great to hear that you was able to come there and get it straightened out and
turn my happy old ass around.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
Well,
it's can learn new tricks.
It's always wise to have an open mind when it comes to growing, because from my growing experience, there's always something out there that you haven't learned yet that will improve your grow, so much more. So every time that I grow, I try to shoot to better myself by learning something new that will actually help in my grow. So yeah, I keep an open mind to everything that everybody says,
absolutely,
regardless of my own knowledge.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's line. He says, "You need to know enough that you're right, but not know enough that you're wrong," or something like that. Shit. I guess I need to know his quote right.
You need to know enough to know when to shut the hell up, is what it is. Just listen.
Yeah. Shut your mouth and open your ears.
Know enough to know you don't
and
know
be
enough.
humble. Yeah, exactly. Because you're gonna be a much better grower if you can admit your mistakes and face them.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It's
the unknowns.
I've been stubborn.
My biggest challenge from coming from 40 years back to now was going from HID lights to these new LED lights and trying to grow like I was growing in HID. And yeah, I mean, it just night and day difference.
Different. Oh yeah, it's a lot cooler, right? You don't have to blast them with so much cool and wind and
your AC bill is certainly lower.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that could be useful, when it's really cold, but usually it's not.
Yeah, that's winter grows. That's about the only time they, that kind of stuff becomes useful.
Keep that around there.
You don't have to pump so much heat in your room.
Arctic grown.
But during the summer, yeah, your bills are skyrocket.
I mean, they have fans and duct fans just for the light. Like there's nothing else. It's just, it's like air cooled on its own.
The hoods are sealed, and they've got just duct running straight through with inline fans pulling the heat directly out the bulb.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I know some growers that have been growing for 20 years that started that way, that they had a little bit of a learning curve going from those really hot bulbs to the way cooler LEDs, and just the way the plant grows under the LEDs differently than what it does under those bulbs.
Yeah, it spreads the light a lot better now. Those quantum boards were like kind of the cobs, I guess.
Well, the spectrum is more dialed in for horticulture than going and stealing a street light.
Yeah,
used to do back in the day,
Right.
They weren't too bad, though.
Well, I don't know.
A lot of far right.
A lot of those lights you could get pretty cheap because the cities would change them out regularly, even before they started going dim. So you could still get quite a bit of hours off of them on a really low budget.
Shift LED now. A lot more blues.
But yeah, they started out
LEDs.
running those bulbs alongside the LEDs, putting them in between each fixture, and spreading them out, and then they finally got rid of the bulbs altogether and went full LEDs.
Did you guys know that the diodes, you hear all the spectrums, they're actually all a blue light behind like something that changes the
Yeah.
spectrum.
Yeah, they got a film over it that changes the color.
Like fluorescence,
Yeah,
or
some sort of like
it's UV light,
phosphate.
and
It's
they
a-
put
the
phosphorus
coating
on the
over
bulb, so it
over each chip.
and it converts to visible light. It's a down step, you know, a frequency.
Yeah, I thought that
or
was
a
interesting.
wavelength.
Yeah, to change it to red, there's actually a film over. On the whites, to change the spectrum, it's all about the PWM, you know, how fast they switch on and off.
Mountain
In the
Dan, I tried to
cycle.
give you the spotlight there. I don't know if that's working for everybody, but sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh,
cut in
nice.
there.
Yeah, he's up.
Yeah, what's up, Dan? What's going on there?
No,
Talk to me.
I just figured I'd film my plant, not to cut in on anybody. It just, you know.
No,
Focus
Yeah,
I
on-
was
it's
curious.
a plant. We want to talk about it.
We want to talk about it. Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
If you want to
Well,
zoom
yeah,
in
I
on it, we'll
know.
talk about it.
What's going on, Dan?
Just my wedding cake, you know. Or sorry, no, yeah, well, it's a wedding fantasy. Sorry,
Hey.
but that's my New Year's short challenge. There's the other one.
Are
How
those
many nodes you got
feminized?
growing on the big one?
What's that?
How many nodes you got growing on
Autoflowers?
the big one?
Oh yeah, my chilies.
I think he said, how many nodes do you have on that big plant there? The taller of those two.
Oh,
Wedding.
this one, yeah.
Yeah,
I took the growth tips off of this one. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Coming on to the 6th.
Nice. Yeah, looks good, man.
This one's only I'll probably take these ones off, the bottom ones. I should do that soon. Starting to show up.
Are those autoflowers? Are they feminized? Are they
Feminized.
feminized photos?
Yeah, because I gotta fill up the 4x4 with them. I don't think 2 autos would do that for me.
no.
What potting mix are you
Toronto.
using there?
That's cocoa
Oh, okay.
with
Hmm.
plenty of perlite. It's been reused, washed, reused.
Oh, it's looking
Oh,
somewhat.
fellow recycler, right on.
Does anyone notice how the edges of both of the plants are cupped and slightly chlorotic? I was wondering if anyone on the very bottom, yeah, that one. I was wondering if anybody wants to take a crack at that.
Wind.
I would
That
say
was
probably
the-
something environmental for sure.
Yeah, I
That's what
was
I'm thinking.
thinking it was the in the other tent, and when it was in the solo cup, I screwed up a little bit on the pH.
Oh, that's flimsy. It's like a
Ooh.
rubber.
Is it
That
white?
That pot's
Like a
super
whitish
super
color on the edges?
Yeah, this is the soft pot.
cool.
That was a weird
Oh, it's a
thought. I thought it was
bag.
a plastic
When
one.
this-
Yeah, yeah.
When this gets full of roots, I can just cut it and then
Really?
slide it into a hole and then pull this off like a sheet. So
Nice.
like transplant is like less handling all around.
No risk
Oh,
there of
yeah.
it falling
Doesn't
apart.
disturb the root
Yeah.
so much.
And it's like, you know, how the solo cup, you turn it upside down and then the roots are up there. You don't even have to touch the roots. You just like,
No, it's good. Cool. It's like, man,
But
that's
yeah,
pretty
she's,
soft plastic.
the purpling I have and the darkening kind of within the
Can
veins.
you zoom in on the very edge of the leaf, that one that you have? I'm trying to look. Okay. At first I thought it was a
That's all right.
potassium thing, but
Kind of looks
I'm
like
not
it might
seeing
have
that.
grown out of it though.
I'm looking at the bottom one there. Yeah. The claw. That's more wind, right? I mean,
Yeah, like,
Hell, I
it
think
works.
Yeah, that looks wind burnt.
I think if you stick your due diligence, Dan, you'll never see another issue. That plant is looking good on the top there, isn't it?
yeah,
Looks-
it's definitely looking
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Yeah,
sacrifice
those
the
Tiffany
those
bottom.
Talk-
will come off anyway, so it's just old growth.
Get it together, Dan. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
hey,
I'm having a hard time. What's up with them chilies, dog? They look good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. How about these
Oh, my
chilies,
chilies, like
man?
these guys were doing really rough. Like this one is the only one that fruited. And then yeah, I think I overwatered it a couple of times.
I love that.
To overload it because and then as soon as I got it under the white lights, they have been perking up back. This one is my favorite one. She doesn't want to fruit well. Like, I don't know if I can find any.
Personally, I wouldn't even be trying to fruit those out right now because you're looking to plant that outside, right, and harvest during the summer. Or are you growing that inside for chilies?
Inside 24/7, man.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you could pluck. What I usually do is I'll pluck all the flowers off to kind of reduce that source sink load, so that the plant has more photosynthesis going into the biomass, the foliage, and then it can support a way bigger crop.
That's how I got this one to flower so much. Is like as soon as it was like this big, any flowers I was plucking off, and then 6 more would show up. But that is the problem with this one is like some will fruit and then just a little nub of fruit and then the flower just falls right off.
Yeah, that's usually a light issue.
And it was like the P150 was like here in the other tent. And so that's another reason why I think they were all doing bad. These guys I cut right back just as an experiment to see how they'll bush out.
Are they
Nice,
the
man.
type of flower that veges and flowers there with 12-12 and all that?
Sorry?
Is it a kind of plant that you have to veg in 12 or flower in 12-12 for it to make its fruit?
Oh no, these once I go to flower, like these are only in here temporarily.
Okay. I was gonna say
yeah.
it probably needs to veg, right? Veg longer to get more leaf, and then you flip her to flower again, re-veg or whatever.
You ever get blossom end rot on any of your fruit? I know Smart had an issue with this. The blossom end rot. It's a calcium deficiency issue. It's like the end of your pepper will kind of be like a depressed black spot, kind of like a soft rot or like just a soft spot.
Yeah,
it got my tomatoes. My tomatoes were really bad with that bottom end rot. It wasn't so bad on my peppers, but my tomatoes took a beat. And I tried to. I think I'll be better at it this year. I added a lot of calcium.
Yeah, that'll help you out. Also, it can happen with like drought, so don't let them dry out.
I'll have to take it. I'll have to go downstairs sometime, and I took all those. We grew those. What the hell are they called? To Trinidad scorpion peppers. They're super hot. Well, I just put them on the ledge down there to dry in the kitchen and in the windowsill kinda. Them and a bunch of and some chili peppers that we grew, red chili peppers, and they all dried up. So now I'm just thinking about making a powder out of them and shit. But that was with him showing his peppers. I started thinking about them dried ones downstairs. It took a while for them to dry out. I kept turning them and moving them around, making sure that they was not getting
careful
weird.
when you do crush them, depending on what you're using.
We'll have to put it in like triple bags, put some goggles on or something, man, because that shit's bad. Like
Definitely a respirator.
Really?
My old man was trying to cut them up. This is no shit, man. With he was going to dehydrate some of them. He was going to cut them up, and as he was cutting them, he said he thought he cut a hole in his gloves because it was burning his fingers, and he said it was coming right through the gloves, man. And he said he should have did it out on his back deck because it was all through his kitchen. His eyes started burning it was real bad. He's like, I threw everything out, man. I got it out of my house. He goes, I don't want any more of those. And I didn't know that they were going to be all that. Seriously, like I'm not some big hot pepper fan or whatever. I don't even eat them. I was buying a flat, like we talked about last week. I was at the flea market buying a flat of shit to put in these couple raised beds that I had made outside. And I would think it was like $20 and you could fill the flat up. Well, I had filled it up with everything I pretty much wanted. So there was a little novelty item sitting there. As far as I was concerned, it was a super hot pepper plant, it said, and that's what it was labeled, the Tibetan, whatever, Trinidad, whatever, scorpion. And yeah, it was, but anyhow, there's a lot of fun. Now they're dried out and shit. And I can't wait till this summer to do it again. I've amended that soil somewhat this past fall. And hopefully
You
that'll
growing
be
fresh plants?
Make
Or
some good
what's-
salsa with that, man. Spicy as hell. Let's strip paint off a car with that stuff.
Oh man. Well, that's what I said. I don't really, that's not my kind of thing, man. It was more of just a novelty. And actually the thing is, long story long, my old man goes to the gun club a lot around here, and those guys will take in like different hot peppers and stuff. And I guess I didn't realize it, but he kind of got out of doing that. He said my stomach can't take it no more, whatever. But I kind of grew him thinking he could, I would just give them a couple or give a couple to the neighbors. Well, everybody was like, I don't want that shit, and I'm thinking, I'm stuck with it. I'm thinking, well, I don't want to just throw it away. I felt horrible. I was thinking, I'll at least dry them out, maybe try to make a powder or something. But yeah, that's just something that I was, with those peppers up there, I was thinking about that. And that's probably how I want to do it from now on, is to buy them already started from a local farmer at the flea market. I like that. I enjoyed it. I come home, they transplanted well, and they kind of took off, man.
Like a rooted clone, right?
You gotta take the seeds that you got out of your ghost peppers or the scorpion peppers and germinate them.
Yeah, man. Keep the progeny
Oh,
going.
no one wants those. They're too
damn
dark.
hot,
but,
man.
but no, like here, check this out.
You need floor stripper?
That's 2 plants grown
Hold on.
together that I twisted around.
Hold on, I
And
got
there's-
all mixed up here. Let me give
You twisted two
buds,
plants
Puffy.
together?
I
Cool.
gave Puffy the spotlight. Now I'm back on you, Dan.
Oh, sorry.
Is it around a
No, I'm
stick?
good.
I was just, you don't have to spotlight me. I'm just pointing out, like, if you grow from
Oh,
seed, you
nice.
can have some fun.
Yeah. Nice.
That's 2
Yeah,
seeds
I
that were
thought
growing
about,
together.
taking one of my plants that I culled out and doing something like that. Just doing a little bonsai grow with it.
But
Yeah.
they're gonna grow into each other. You know how they grow around fences and stuff?
Yeah.
As they
That's exactly
expand,
what I'm
it's gonna
doing.
get tighter and tighter, and they'll start growing onto each other.
Well,
I
That's
wonder what'll
actually a
happen.
type of graft. It's called an inarching graft.
Yeah, there it goes. Then. Cool. Because that's just gonna keep swelling, and there's no room for it to swell because it's wrapped around itself. So it's gonna, you know what I mean? I wonder,
well,
Just for everyone
and
watching,
will one die? Will one win the war, strangle out the other?
they'll both
No.
lose.
Or they,
Oh,
they
yeah.
merge together.
They
and become
won't do
one.
as well as they
Oh,
could.
choke out. Well, I guess they'd both be the same size at that point, though, right?
well, like people keep on saying one will kill the other one, and it's bullshit.
It doesn't happen in the
No,
tote.
I wouldn't say
I did
that they'll
4,
kill
and
each
they were
other.
doing great.
They'll just,
Can they,
if you
combine
have
into one?
no, well, you can have
The roots
root
did.
grafting, but the main thing is they're going to compete against each other. And if you planted 2 next to each other in a pot like that, and you have one in a pot next to it, I've seen it happen. The one by itself outgrows the 2 together every
If there's a
time.
lack of nutrients, it's gonna.
And I will
it off.
debate that, because out of the 4 that I have, this one that the 2 grew together, both of them were doing better than all 4 of these plants, and I gave away like 18.
They'll help each other. They'll literally help each other if there's enough nutrients. But if there isn't,
Well-
they'll compete, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I would
so-
say that
Yeah.
like commercially, if you're looking at like nursery production and stuff, if there was an advantage to leaving multiple in a pot, I would imagine the industry would do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying there's a benefit or
That's what
Negative.
mycorrhiza is all about. It's connecting them together.
Mm.
They communicate to each other through
like
the
actually.
mycos.
Since I trimmed this 3-4 days ago, that's 100% new.
Nice. It's got energy, or it's
Yeah,
got power under
after the
roots,
renewal cut, it's changed their hormones. You've removed that auxin tip, and it's reducing its impact on that bud. So it was so it broke anyway.
Looking good, Dan. Good.
Hey?
Looking good.
Dan, don't you have gnomes? Where are the gnomes?
There he is.
You
Roasting
chilling up
in
by the
sun.
light.
Yep, getting a
I'm
tan.
gonna say that's what's wrong. You need the gnome.
So again, I'm not trying to hijack anything. I'm literally I'm sitting in my tent.
Ah,
You're in the tent.
There he is.
inside the tent.
Mountain Dan.
He's growing too, man. Hey, man.
And
it's
check
free
this
tent.
out. I got this humidifier. It's been running for like well, probably 3 days now. I haven't filled it up.
Oh, wow.
It's I don't know what it's like. I know it's a ionizer, like most of the are, but I don't know what it is. It's just maintaining the wicked humidity in here, like the right that I'm setting it at.
I
Hey,
bet the
everybody,
plants
I
are
wanted
like,
to tell real quick in the chat, Dr. Potnist is a friend of ours from Cocoa
Oh,
for
cool.
Cannabis. And I just wanted to give him a shout out and let him know that the link in the link that is pinned is okay. This might be him coming right here. Let's see. Someone called the
Pottis?
Divine
Pottis
Sorcerer. Let's see who that
Oh.
is.
Get ready.
Get ready.
Let's get ready to
I'm gonna
Yeah.
cast a spell.
I
That
got
you,
the
Potness?
remove. I got the remove button ready to go. Divine Sorcerer. The link
Eject.
is
Yeah, I think you'll be all right.
okay, this might be him coming right here. Let's see. Someone
Oh,
called
Pottis?
Dr. Potness.
Divine Sorcerer.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Cheers.
yeah. I go by the name Dr. Potness, but this is my regular account, Divine Sorcerer.
Cool. Cheers, brother.
I'm gonna cast a spell.
I think is that your? You might have your chat on in the back.
Yep, I just turned it off.
Okay, cool. Getting a little feedback. Well, it's nice to have you, man.
Yes, awesome to have you.
Nice to see you guys. It's been a while since I've been in CFC. I have to get back over there, but I had some things come up that I had to deal with. So, but I wanted to pop in and say hi to everybody.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
it
man.
happens. You
How's
know?
it going, man?
Oh, I got raided the other day.
Oh, my
Ouch.
goodness.
Jesus Christ.
I'm a medical cannabis
Oh, that's
patient,
still horrible.
and I let my daughter move in, try and get her head up, and her boyfriend came with her, and being a pastor, I thought I could help a recovering drug addict, or I thought he was. Well,
Yep.
as time went by, I seen the drug habits in him, and then things got violent, and he put his fist through my daughter's TV. So I told him to get out, and he called the cops on me. Now I only had 3 mom plants and 2 flowering plants in the tent, but because I live in Pennsylvania and growing's a gray area that it's not legal here yet.
Yeah.
They came
Oh,
in, they
man.
busted me. I gotta go in and get arrested in the rain tomorrow. So, but we'll see. I'm gonna make files and see if I can get a hold
Yeah,
of
that's
Wolf.
get an attorney, man. It sounds like a generic response, but with those cannabis laws, I feel like there's an argument for leniency, no matter where you are right now. So I would absolutely contact an attorney and just get like a consultation.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I got I talked to the Elite Laws here on YouTube. He gave me a link to @Pop Brothers at Law. So I'm gonna try them guys and maybe some other cannabis lawyers in the area.
You might try going through normal as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
I heard they sold out.
Damn, Divine Sorcerer, that my freaking stomach right now is just in knots, man. Thinking about that, how you have to go there tomorrow, and I too live in Pennsylvania, and I'm obviously, as you know, not legal. I'm a medical cannabis patient, but as you know, our laws here are you cannot grow. So
Yes.
I know that what kind of ramifications are happening if somebody finds out or if I get raided or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I definitely walk a fine line, and I take that very, very fucking seriously, man, that I don't fuck around. I don't let people in my house. I don't act stupid. I don't yell at my neighbors as much as I want to, strangle them. You know what I mean?
Engage.
That is the truth.
But I'm not trying to say. I mean, that all. It's like I'm sitting here half scared,
Yeah,
just thinking
it's
about your
fucking
situation for you. And my heart really does go out to you, man. If there's anything we can do to help you out, dude, I would definitely like to extend that to you, because hopefully something works out in your favor in this. And I just know how this shit can be, man. Once you get in the system, I've been there, man, more than once. It's hard to get out of, as you well know, and it takes a second to slide right into it. And yeah, man, that's just, yeah, I'm sitting here shaking. I'm thinking, I don't like that's a shitty feeling, and I don't even know where to go with my thoughts after that. But I just wanted to,
Well, I think anybody with common sense, they're going to see the situation. This is a guy who's growing his own medicine, and it's a situation that only got out of control because of somebody else's, vindictive persecution of him. So
Yeah.
I think any reasonable person would allow for the lowest possible charges and possibly even a dismissal. You could probably get a plea deal for probation and then get that expunged off your record later. I wouldn't look at the worst situation. I would just,
I think
that sucks.
I'm hoping that, through my case, because it's not just me, because I left my daughter move in and all this had happened. He actually filed a false police report to get them here to bust me. So all that's in the works too. But listed on the police report was me and my daughter. When I talked to the cop yesterday, he was all right. He was pretty cool. But I left him. I don't even think he knew I was a cannabis patient. He was more worried about the bowl that was found in the dresser in the room with the baby, because my daughter and the baby sleep in the same room. Now she's a medical patient too, but he planted it there. So all this stuff's going to come out. But I'm hoping through my case, I'm a cannabis activist. I knew when I started growing 2 years ago that this would possibly happen. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping through my case, once I go through all this, that I can make the right files at court and talk to the right people and try to get the laws passed here in Pennsylvania where medical patients can grow their own. Because, I don't see it fair as I sent my daughter to get me a bag of weed so that I could medicate from the dispensary, and I found a seed in it. So I started to grow my own medicine because I don't have the hundreds of dollars to pay that they want me to medicate for.
That's it, man.
So I started to grow my own nonchalantly in this town for 2 years. Nobody knew nothing until I wouldn't share my medication with him, and he made a false police report. You know what I mean? That seems to me like a little bit of entrapment there, because you sold me the seed.
Oh, God.
Yeah. That's just it's just a wild scenario,
and then
man.
they came in and they took all my bongs, my bowls, my plants, my lights. They left my soil.
Yeah,
they left all my chemicals.
The
they left half of my pot here.
So that's the first thing that I was going to jump in on is probably the worst charge is the cannabis paraphernalia charge. But that's if it's being used in commission of a crime. And it sounds like if you're a medical patient that you have the ability to smoke cannabis. So I would argue that they should not have taken those because they're not drug paraphernalia. They were used for medical cannabis.
Right.
Yeah.
I haven't talked to a lawyer because I'm on disability. I don't have the money for a lawyer. So it's I either find one that'll do it pro bono, or I go in myself and represent myself. So
there's some national ones who will do it pro bono. Let me make sure I got your name here. I'll try to follow up with you. There's some people in Michigan who will do consultations for free, and they can maybe have some insight. But it sounds expensive, but even if you pay, I think the going rate's like $220 an hour. For a half an hour consultation, you look at about $100. Right. It might save you $100 worth of your time, or
Right.
But, man, that really sucks. I just got to say that my heart goes out to you, man, because that throws a real wrench in things.
I appreciate it, guys. Much love, man. Like I said, I knew one day that this would come. So, You know, it's here. We deal with it, and maybe this case is something that goes in front of the House and helps pass this for the patients here in Pennsylvania. You
Yeah,
know?
because
You never know, man. You never know.
I noticed that they have some legislation out there that, like, I don't know, I'm not very good with politics, but I don't know if it's proposed or what the differences is, but I did see this legislation on the Pittsburgh Normal page, and it was the legislation was that they were going to, because of the cost of the medicine and because it was being so hard to get for people to get help covering the cost of medicine, even through like government help,
Right.
you know, is that they wanted to go ahead and start allowing some growing, and they were going to, excuse me, some of the parameters that we saw were, they had like maybe 5 bullet points up there. And one of the ones I saw was, I believe it was 50 square foot is how they were going to do it of space, of growing space. And it was going to be whether you wanted to have them all in flower, all in veg, 100 plants in there or 2 plants in there, you was allowed to have 50 square feet. Now, and then there was other things in there too about per person in the house and things like that. So I know that this doesn't really help you or whatever, or maybe it does, but the point is that we're right on that precipice of being to where a cannabis medical patient growing for themselves, or maybe even a small group of patients, you know what I mean,
Right.
is an okay thing. And we're right there. And it sounds like you would have been within the confines of what they want to propose. You know what I mean? And so it's and if you drive 100 miles the other direction, you would have been 100% legal. I mean, how the fuck does that work, man?
Right.
You know what I mean? The invisible line there. And it's like, it makes you want to I don't want to be anti-government, but I end up being fucking anti-government because of this type of shit. And I'm not anti-cop. You said the cop was really cool. You know what I mean? You said the cop was really cool.
It was.
And that's cool because, you know, it's hard. I have a hard time with that because cops aren't the people that make the laws, but how do you respect somebody who enforces a law that they will tell you themselves, I don't really believe in this, but you're here enforcing it. How the fuck do you sleep at night? You know?
Well,
so,
see,
I'm
again,
not a
like,
cop hater, you know
like
what
I
mean?
said, I think because he was led here under false pretense over a lie, like, I don't even think though I was on my way to the hospital when all this happened. Like, I was literally getting ready to beat dude up, but I have a heart condition, which is why I use marijuana. And when I went, after he put his fist through the window, I went back there. I was fucking pissed, or through the TV. Yeah, I was fucking pissed. And because my blood pressure got high and my heart rate spiked, I guess I'm operating on 3/4 of a heart. It wasn't good for my heart. So after he attempted to swing at me and I blacked out, I went to the hospital. So while I was at the hospital, he called the cops and had them come raid my house. Left him in. He wasn't even supposed to be in my house. Neither were the cops. So,
and he probably did move things around in your absence.
I'm sure.
I would imagine. Yeah.
Like I said, he pointed things out. He had to have, because they left my can of butter in the fridge. They left all my cooking material on top of the fridge that I use for cooking. They left some of my pot here. I mean, like, you know.
Yeah, man, that's freaking. I mean, I guess at least they left you something, but the whole situation is screwed up, and we're gonna twist one up here, and
not to mention like the PTSD after that whole situation. You know, they come in, they did it's disruption.
They're in your private personal shit. You know what I mean? They're all in your house, your wife's stuff, or whoever's there, your significant other stuff, your other kids, or anyone who might be living with you. Yeah, parents. You know, they're all through all your private shit, and it's very invasive, man. You know, and
not to mention just having the cops at your place anyway.
I mean, I was nice enough to open my house, give him a place to stay, and help him get back on his feet. And this is the thanks I get.
Yeah, I know. Makes you wonder how karma's working out.
You know, if you're
karma's
just
gonna work out
real
well
judge.
because I'm a practicing sorcerer. I practice the writings of King Solomon. Like, I'm not just some Joe Schmo. Like, I don't go by the name Divine Sorcerer. I practice magic.
Man.
Like, I am a you're just fucked with it. So that's like a hobbit fucking with Gandalf. Like, who does that? Who does that?
Yeah. Wow, man. It sucks. I can't believe like you said, you were nice enough to open your home to somebody and that's how they repay you. And it's just not
It's
cool,
like
man.
your faith in
Well-
humanity takes a blow.
Oh, it
That's
did.
not
It
cool at
did.
Now
all.
you don't want to help people, you know what I mean?
Right.
You don't want to be nice, you know, and you're kind of walking around with a chip on your shoulder, kind of jaded, and it sucks to be like that. It's hard to sometimes, it's hard to really, how do I want to say it? Check yourself, because that's what I do. Sometimes I got to relax and think, damn, man, it's not everybody's that way, but yeah, man, I appreciate you.
To the future.
We're gonna smoke one down here to your good vibes and to your good outcome and all this, the best possible outcome,
Best
I guess.
possible outcome, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. I hope that goes well, man. And just think of it this way, ease the anxiety. If you're the jury or if you were the judge and you saw all of these, you would do whatever you could to implicate that other guy and not you. So I would imagine he ends up with more egg on his face than you do. That's just my 2 cents.
That's
Because
awesome.
if you're a judge, you're gonna think this kid just fucked with justice the wrong way. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
Wasted tax
Yeah, I think you're-
dollars is what he said.
Well, shit, guys, I'm sorry to jump off here early, but I've got some homework to do. But it was nice chatting with everybody. It's always good to come on here and hang out with you guys.
Here's Rock. Nice
But-
to see you, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll see you
Always
guys
good.
next week.
Oh, FYI, you
There's
got you got mountain highlighted there, so nobody can see anything but mountain.
Yeah,
I was wondering about
His name.
Do I
That's
have
a nice
him
spot.
highlighted? How do
That's
I
a
have
nice
him
bug on the
highlighted?
screen now. Got some purple.
Yeah, I checked
looking
YouTube there.
good.
It just says Mountain Dan.
Yeah, and I can't figure out how I did that. I don't think I can't.
There's a little beside his name. There's a little icon there. I think that might be where you can change it. Or
I'm
3 little
working
dots
on
on
it
his
here.
square.
Technical difficulties.
Hide non-video
We're always
content.
having technical difficulties. Okay, remove spotlight. I
There
think
we
I
go.
did it.
Yeah, there you go.
You got him.
Oh, and I was just about to.
Too late.
All right, we'll see you guys later. I'll see you in Coco for cannabis tonight. What is 9:30?
Yes.
Oh,
we'll see
that's
you
right.
there.
What time? 9:30. I'll show up.
Good luck to
Sure.
you and grower
Yeah.
love.
Good luck to
Yeah,
Yes,
sure.
everyone.
grow love,
About 9
everyone. Good
o'clock.
luck.
Roll that right.
And then are we gonna be having something here afterward or during or
You know
what's
what?
going on? Have
That's something we haven't even
decided?
talked about until this very minute. And this
I was
shows,
just curious if like we didn't iron out those deets.
it's up
Yeah,
to
we
you guys.
didn't. We did do that last week, didn't we? We watched it.
We did
during.
do that
Yeah,
last
we
week.
did.
I'm open to do that this week again. If you guys, if anybody wants to entertain that, I'm willing to come here and afterwards.
Yeah, man.
Heck yeah,
I'm in.
heck yeah.
Nice
be-
plants.
I'll be
So
around. My
everybody
wife
can
come
hear me
on at
cry
8,
when I
so
lose.
Cool.
Maybe
seeing
you won't
another
be
live chat
losing
tonight?
tonight though, Puffy. You might not be losing.
You might be coming on
Attitude
here
I
to
don't
is
know,
everything.
man. I think I just have a bad number. I'm gonna have to send
Oh.
I want to
doctor
tells me
a
reshuffle.
different number.
eh?
but you have my number.
Yeah, that's right. Potentially. Swap it.
Mine's 093.
Oh,
That's
dude,
not
bad.
are you shitting
God,
me?
that's
093. No. Hold on a second, guys. 093.
That's my number. Yeah.
So the chopper that I crew chiefed in the service was 092. Fuck.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
Cool. Maybe
Yeah,
you
the
just
tail-
cast it.
I
Maybe
heard
you
that.
just-
I'm like, oh no.
Oh yeah, 093. Well, it shows up as just 93, but Doc said if you have 2-digit number, you put a 0 in front of it. So
Right,
For the lottery number, yeah.
Oh man. I'd hang on to that number.
hell yeah. We got this week, and then I'm not sure if it'll stay the same numbers for next week or how that one's set. I should know, but I
Well,
don't. My notes are somewhere around here, and I could.
They're the same for 2 weeks in a row, so
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
guessing
understand
that
the
it
reason.
would be the
Now,
same.
Puffy, that's not a bad number because it's the pick 3, right? It could be anything.
Yeah.
It could really be anything. It could be 000. Yeah. It's rare, but it happens.
I gotta ask Puffy, what strain is that? Because they look good.
They do.
That is Gorilla Glue.
Gorilla Glue. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fine.
Nice.
I think my glue gelato there was had that structure. Yeah.
It's almost a natural grow. I topped it one time before flipping it, and that's it. No training, no lollipopping, no nothing. Just letting it go.
Nice.
Nice.
There's some nice goals.
Hey, I
Yeah,
want to tell you.
surprised me.
I wanted to tell you, Puffy, that you're somebody in Budweiser Growery in chat said, "Let it be known, Puffy D sent me pictures of his latest slurricane, but have yet to be invited over." And he puts a big laughy smiley face. I'm assuming that's one of your local buddies
He's
there.
full of crap too, because I tell him that's on him. That's not on me. I offer the invite all the time. I was like, man, you need to come over and try this. Oh yeah, I really do, but never shows up. So that's on him.
Oh yeah.
He wants you to go over.
Sounds like me visiting my buddy. I'm always smoking his shit, and he's the one that's got a credit at the dispensary that he works at. And I'm like, dude, I gotta be bringing you over an ounce.
Oh, that's
But
funny.
Yeah, where's the employee discount there?
Well, he gets it on credit as well, so he does get a discount, but he also gets it without paying for it.
Man.
It's like back in the day when the weed man would front you a bag until payday, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, your next dime bag costs you $100.
Yeah, it's exactly right.
Sounds like you're getting it from the government.
Oh,
Oh, geez.
More than one way.
there's tax on it too, you know, just like the government. They got, oh yeah, I'll front you an eighth, but I need to get an extra $5 if you're gonna make it wait. You know?
They're stealing this off of Popeye.
I must provide you with some information. It's vital. Here's a little hint. The government doesn't like competition.
God knows.
Right.
I'm in Canada, man. I know.
That's what we said about Pennsylvania here. They'll give you a card for anything, and it's okay to have like 21 grams of bud on you. I'm not even sure exactly what we have as medical, what our rights are as far as medical patients. But anyhow, you can have so much and shit and all that. You can have bud, but it damn well better be bought from the government through their little program from one of the 4 dispensary people that you're allowed to buy from. And then it's all good and dandy. But if you grew it yourself, oh no, felonious activity.
Yeah, at least they let us grow. But I mean, you
Well,
can't make money.
I don't know. Here in Oklahoma, they just released the tax amount collected for last year here in Oklahoma, and it was like $210 million is what they collected in taxes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm going to tell them when I go to court, I'm going to say, you know what? If that's the case, I'm just going to go back to Colorado and they can have all my money.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you could just grow it for yourself there.
Yeah, I know, right?
So they're not getting any money.
That's the thing there, like,
Just the taxes off of your supplies that are.
Well,
They
the money
call
that
the
I have to
United
provide
States?
for my medical license and stuff for being a patient, that I at least give them that.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Like in Canada, they have to sell the seeds and call them collector's items, right?
Yep.
Right.
And this is the one thing that I'm not 100% sure. Like I briefly skimmed over some of the rules and regulations for growing in Canada, but technically, like any of the seeds we grow are illegal. We have to buy the seeds from the government.
Oh, geez.
A licensed producer.
Yeah, pretty much. And here's the thing too, is like if you buy dispensary weed and you find a seed and you grow it, technically that's illegal. If you buy the seed legally and you cut a clone, or I just give you a seed, that seed now becomes illegal.
That's retarded.
Like, how can you track that shit?
And how the hell can you say nature is illegal?
It's
Well,
unenforceable, man. It's
that's
bullshit.
the foundation of things. But I get it to a degree because, well, here's the one thing: is heroin. You can fucking grow heroin poppies legally in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but you
don't
can't
harvest
process.
don't process it to heroin, right?
Exactly. So like, it's just.
But weed is weed, man. Like you don't have to process it; just burn it.
Yeah.
There's no extraction,
but actually, no, you
or
do.
you know what I mean?
You
Like,
do in
you
a
could
sense.
just
You have to
use it
dry
right
it,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Drying is considered a process.
That's
Yeah,
true.
Like
But you can You can
It happens
actually take
naturally.
it and eat
You
it.
just
I mean,
let it sit there. You know?
You want to hear some absurdities in laws? As a medical patient, if I live within 50 miles of a dispensary, I cannot grow.
What?
Holy fuck.
That's
Oh,
like the law. If I live
Oh, you're
within
close
50
enough to buy
miles,
from us.
if I live within 50 miles of a dispensary, I cannot grow. But under the same recreational laws, I can grow as much as I fucking want. It doesn't matter where the dispensary is.
That is
That is
ridiculous.
insane.
Seriously.
That's insane.
Seriously.
well, then they need to be giving you some money so you can buy your medicine.
right? Exactly.
Oh, dude, as soon as that came out,
But
I was like, you know what? You guys can
That's
just
tax
shove it.
money. It's your money anyways, right? I mean, it's,
Well, I was going to say that somehow the recreational market that doesn't make sense at all, and somehow the recreational market is like crushing out the medical a little bit, you know.
No, you know what?
Yeah,
What
that's
happened?
here in Oklahoma is they're pushing for rec here, and I'm kind of afraid what's going to happen to the medical side once that happens. If it's going to cause the prices to go up because the demand's going to be higher.
That's exactly what happened here.
I think
Yep.
that's what happened in
It went
Canada,
it went
too.
from I could go to the dispensary and buy an ounce for $150. I can't touch the same quality now for anywhere near 400. And as a medical patient, I go through an ounce a week. Where the
That's
hell do you
insane.
think that leaves me?
Yeah.
Thank
Right.
you. You're a disabled
I think
vet. Might as
that-
well throw you out in the fucking trash.
Exactly. It's
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 disgraceful
ignorant.
how they treat
It's
our
ignorant to
vets.
say the least. I
Inflation.
mean, my lord, when they made it legal, it wasn't on, it was on purpose to make it recreational, not medical, right? It's like you can smoke your weed, stoners, blah blah blah, and that's how they treated it. You know what I
No,
mean?
what it
wasn't
is
a
the
medical
law.
thing.
The laws here are just business driven, period.
Yeah.
It's all
Profit
greed
based.
from the elite.
Nobody can sell and make money off it, But you can grow your own. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Well, I
Some
do know-
provinces they limited that too. Like in
I
Quebec.
do know one of you said you live in Pennsylvania. Who's that?
What's that?
Governor Wolf is trying, I think it was 2016 or 17, he had put a petition into the state or filed a motion with the state to make it growable for patients. I don't know whatever
They're still
become of
trying
that.
to pass it.
And they're
Even
still
just
trying to
last year they
pass that.
tried.
Yeah. So patients
been-
here
it was
soon, it
tabled.
should be safe for patients to grow their own. It's in the workings.
I saw a
They
bill
can't
was
wait
being
last year.
presented there recently about that. They're trying to get it in or whatever. I don't know.
I can see the differences of them with their arguments of saying with recreational, it doesn't really matter the standards or whatnot, but if it's medical, how can you grow your own medicine when you would have to know all the properties sort of thing? You know what I mean? Like that's where they get they increase the regulations with it. Like you're
They
not a
cut off
doctor.
the medical. I mean, the medical was in place before the recreational went live.
Right.
And it was in
Yeah.
place good. Like it was a good system. And then they just made everyone illegal at
Yeah.
that point. Like if
Right.
Yeah.
they turned into a black market instantly. And so that became the new gray market, they called it. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
the
Okay.
dispensary stuff was, first of all, bone dry. They way underestimated the demand,
Now, there's a topic of discussion.
and then, boom.
Yeah.
So everyone went to the gray market. And then when they finally did get their stuff together and have weed in the dispensaries, well, it was way more expensive.
You know what else I found odd though? They took my kratom. That's legal.
Everything you do that's smokable, I mean, you're a medical patient, so everything that's
Well-
weed related is part of that. So they
Kratom
can't
isn't-
confiscate that for any reason.
Kratom isn't smokable. I take that in a drink, but it's a powder form. It's
Yeah.
Mitragyna spicosia. It's a flower. It's not even illegal. A lot of people use it in their candles.
They might have thought it was cocaine or something.
I think they thought it was powdered down pot because this is what it looks like. It's red vein polykratom. Like it's not. It's a plant in Indonesia. It's
they
the
might have
plant.
thought it was weed itself that you made yourself or whatever, like dry sift that's polluted.
They even wrote kratom down on the paperwork. Like they knew what it
Wow,
was.
that's crazy, man.
But it wasn't illegal.
Maybe, do you think they thought you grew it or something? Maybe they felt like you
Doesn't matter.
acquired it illegally, you know, or who
Well,
knows?
see,
That's
this
crazy.
again, I think this guy lied because they said that they're trying to get, I guess they're going to, I don't know until tomorrow, but I'm assuming cultivating, manufacturing, and distribution. Like I said, I don't think he was aware that I had a license or my daughter had a license for it.
Right.
What
And-
about selling it?
And he said that there is high amounts of money stashed in the apartment somewhere.
Yeah, they're going distribution.
First of all, I live check to check on disability. Like, it's enough just for me to keep my house. You know what I mean? Like, where's this large sums of money? Because if I had large sums of money, I sure the hell would have my Harley. I would have a big, like, 7 acres and like all the homeless dogs that I could find. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I had money, I'd be showing it. I'm the poorest motherfucker in Pennsylvania. Like, where am I getting money? That's why I'm growing my own, because I don't have no money. So where's all this hidden money coming from? Because
they price us right out of it, man. They do. They price us right out of anything like that. Like, you know, if you get something from the dispensary, it's too expensive. It's ridiculous. Some people, if you really need your medicine, and you know, I say that because I know there's people out there that really do need this shit, like for their cancer, and which, you know, that's not me. I don't have to have it, you know,
for pain that way.
Yeah, or anything like that. But for those people that do, and I could foresee them having to try to decide between, you know, paying some bills, especially in the winter and shit, getting their medicine, and, you know, trying to balance all that would be very, very tough, you know, and sometimes probably have to go without something, whether it be their medicine or, you know, something that they love to do, or you know, you guys can see how that could unfold. So I think something needs to change, man. And
a lot of people got growing up here, man, I'll tell you.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like I said, I'm a heart patient. Plus, I have scoliosis. I have like a bone disease, degenerative disc deterioration. Like, I'm in pain 24/7.
Yeah.
Which is why I use kratom and cannabis. And I use kratom and cannabis because 2 years ago I got off of all pharmaceuticals. I'm a male witch. I don't believe in pharmaceuticals. I believe that Mother Earth will take care of her children, which is what I am, her child. I'm a divine being from God. So, you know, I'm just simply using the tools that my father gave me through Mother Nature. You know, who are they to say that I can't do that?
Amen, brother.
Like
yeah,
that,
man.
I think that's going against my First Amendment right, which is the freedom to practice my religion.
It could be. You might have something going there. I think, like they were saying, that you get a couple different takes from the right people, and you might have, you know, a good leg to stand on. And that's our hope for you, is that you'll be able to meander some kind of. It's just it's a shitty situation.
Yeah,
man.
Pennsylvania is just being our, you know.
It's got to change,
So
man.
I worry that it'll be, you know, federal, and then we'll fall into place here.
I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, to be honest. I think it's going to be more. I think it'll be, yeah, exactly, at least another 2 to 5 years before they change the law, and then it's going to be a year or two after they actually change it until it can go into effect. So I feel it's going to be at least 2 to 5 years. You know,
the rule making and all that there.
It's been in, like I said, it's been in the working since 2016 or 17 when Governor Wolf put the filed the motion. So it's already been like 5 years. So they're pretty close to it. You know what I mean? It's just right now, you know, it's not.
Well, all they have to do is just declassify it and leave it up to the states to decide.
No, another thing. I mean, with me being in the legal system myself here in Pennsylvania before, I know one of the things a lawyer will use, and it could behoove you in this situation, is use every extension you're allowed to use, man. Extend your actual go in front of the judge time as far away from now as you can, and hope that laws change between now and then that will be what they call retroactive, or I think grandfathered in or whatever. And you'll be able to go back and say, look, you got to drop my charges. So, you know, if you can get lucky and stretch it for 2 years, who knows what's going to happen between now and then. I mean, I guess you can call that a shot in the dark or a Hail Mary or whatever, but it's something that you can maybe
time's on your side on that one for sure.
Well, I ain't got much time. I go in tomorrow to get arrested in the rain.
Well, you should be able to, and then what?
But you know, they set the court dates and the remand.
Yeah, that's
all sorts of preliminary shit that happens there. So that could
that's
be
what they'll call
it.
you.
Okay.
your preliminary hearing, and then
Talk to your
you'll have
lawyer
all
about
these
that.
evidentiary hearings, and they'll have to present you with their what do they call that? It's the all the shit they have against you,
The evidence.
the evidence that they have against you. They call it something I can't remember off the top of my
Arraignment.
head. Yeah, it's
Arraignment
the
or whatever is it? Where they
shit.
present the evidence and to see if there is a case, and if so, then they proceed.
Grand jury.
Yeah, and they move forward. But again, those are all things that I think some of those you can actually get up to 3 extensions, and these extensions can be like 90 days to 6 months. So you can stretch some of this out until by the time you would actually have to really quote unquote face it would be like 2 years. And never know. Maybe by then it's dismissed, laws change.
Retroactively dismissed. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, something along that lines. And again, like I said, that's not something you want to. Obviously, you can't bank on that, but it's something to think about. And but anyhow, I wanted to also mention that we're down to about 5 minutes left, and I wanted to give everybody proper time to give their shout outs and let everybody know where they can find them and any upcoming stuff they might want to announce for themselves or for a website or for anything. So if anybody doesn't have any other burning hot topics or something they want to bring up before we sign off, we got a couple minutes here before we have to. So that's what's up.
Going first.
No, you guys all right? Anybody had any final thoughts or anything? I just wanted to make sure.
Last plug for what's going on tonight at CFC.
Oh yeah.
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 Yeah, there you go.
Don't miss it. You got to be
Yes.
there to claim it. So don't forget that. Or
Yep.
actually,
Well,
no, I
maybe
don't think you do. I don't think you do for that one. It's not the YouTube premiere. So you're,
As long as you have your
You're
journal
winning.
updated.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You got the number in the list. You're good.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would behoove you to be there if your number's on that list, man. And then
It'd be nice.
if you don't want the light, you could always, right there on the spot, you could go ahead and give it to somebody else or whatever. And it's just fun to be there and see your name up there and your chance. And hopefully, I want to definitely good luck to everybody.
Puffy's
Sure.
not giving that light away.
Puffy's not giving that light away if he wins.
Right?
I am using that light.
That's
man.
right. He's going to be using it.
I'm rooting for everybody, but I know you need it, Puffy. I know it really fit in there, and I think most of
I
the
definitely need
rest of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Good
yeah,
luck, Buff.
I've got my fingers crossed again for tonight, and hopefully, God willing, make it happen. If not, then
Yeah.
wait for the next one.
There's lots
All
of
right.
lights coming, man. Lots of lights.
Oh yeah, there'll be lots more coming down the pike for sure, man. So
I'm not
yeah,
short on light. I just, I want to replace one of these old lights that I've got, that's not even covering, enough footprint to fill my veg tent.
right. And I
do
think
for
after seeing that Medic Grow and how it's doing in the other 10, I think you're probably excited because someone was asking in the chat earlier if you had to pick a Medic Grow Fold 8 or a Photon Tech 600, which would you pick? I personally would take the Photon Tech just because I have one of their lights and they're a sponsor of ours and shit, and I know the quality of theirs. I never had one of the other ones, but I like the Photon Tech and the bars coming off and all that shit. You can really start your plants from the same light and go all the way through, and it's just I don't know, but both lights, I believe, was what I wanted to get to would be more than capable of flowering, a 4x4 or a 5x5.
Right.
It's a nice light for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Is that that Photon Tech fit in a 4x4?
Yes.
Good.
All
5x5?
every light that Dr. Coco's ever tested would physically fit into a 4x4, and it has something to do with the shipping sizes that you have.
Yeah.
It's like 120 centimeters or something that it has to be. So it's like whatever, but pretty much every light sold will fit into a 4x4. And there might be an exception to that. I hope nobody messages me like, I found one, But that's what...
You're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong, son of a bitch.
1 inch too wide.
I got
I
to
think-
buy a new
It
tent.
won't fit in my 5x3. My God.
Yes. Most lights are designed to fit in a 4x4 just because of the shipping limitations, I believe. So,
Yeah.
but
Makes sense.
a lot of them, like if you get the Photon Tech CO 2 Pro 1000 watt. I think, you know, it'll fit in a 4x4, but you're going to have to run it at 50% max probably, you know?
It might be a good thing though.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends what you
Double
want
the life
to.
of the light, and maybe
That's a
see what
$1,600 light. So, you know, if you want
Right.
to spend $1,600 to run it at 50% and all that, that's an awesome thing to do. But I think a lot of people are like, hell with that. I'll go get me something, you know,
Well, if you don't
whatever.
have twice as
It's good to
long,
win.
Yeah.
then pay that money one time for a long time, at least until the new technology comes out.
Yep. But that's a good, I'm glad that you brought that up, Dan. We definitely want to hope everybody either listening now or might be listening here in the next couple hours of this. If you want to make your way over there tonight, like we said, it was 9. People started assembling over there about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6 Pacific Standard Time. And
It goes, yeah.
they hang out
It
for
goes
about a
off
half
of
hour.
the California lottery, which closes at 9:30, I believe, and
Eastern
then
Standard Time.
Eastern
Yeah.
Standard Time, but it could take up to like 15 minutes. I remember
Yeah.
last week, if you were there, you noticed that time lapse.
Yeah, 9:45-ish there is about when they.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what I
release
said.
the
People
numbers.
start to assemble there around 9:15, trickling in, and they hang out, especially
It's
people on the
a
list.
party kind of
Yeah.
chat party.
Or if you have
And
a
then,
couple questions about your plants, that's a good time to catch a group of people together there. Maybe sneak in a question or something right before or right after, you know. But
And we are going to go live again, right?
yeah, I was
Yes,
gonna
and we're
say
doing that.
you
Yes.
can come
we'll
here
be live
afterwards, and we'll be live. If anybody wants to join in,
Oh,
we'll pop
we're
up.
doing afterwards.
Or we do, yeah, when are we doing
Right,
this?
Journey?
Did you guys?
Yeah, I say we do it right
Um,
after, just so nobody
yes,
goes and
okay.
sees the YouTube instead. There, we don't want to pull anyone away from CFC either. So
Hmm.
I agree.
maybe as soon as the numbers are announced, we'll go live.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, we
That
could
sounds-
still jump. We could all just still jump in before that.
Well, we
Well, we
can
can-
without
we do last
YouTube.
week.
Yeah,
Well,
We
here's
can.
here's what
yeah,
we
we
did.
won't
We
go
did-
live on YouTube. How about that?
Yeah.
Till the numbers are drawn.
We'll just start the
Well, the
meeting
num-
early, and then after the numbers are drawn, we'll go ahead and go live.
I believe that Doc
Yeah, we
said
could
that.
totally do
Yeah, that would be fine. I think
Yeah,
that
we
would
could
be
do
great
that.
with that. So until we get a little more, yeah, that'd be great. So we'll do
That
that.
way,
We'll-
everyone's in chat. We're all we're all.
Yeah, we'll be all in
Right.
chat, and then
There's no
and-
other
and
chat.
Yeah.
unless things change, or and we talk to Doc later, and he jumps on, or something crazy happens. That's the plan we'll run with.
Yeah.
So like
Sounds
9
good.
o'clock Eastern Standard Time, because that's when you said that
Well, that's when we'll start, but we'll go on after they announce the numbers.
but
on
I'm
chat.
talking about the meeting.
Oh, yeah,
going
our
over there
meeting
to
here will be about
to
9.
chat and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make that clear
Yeah.
before we.
Yeah, you
Well,
guys are.
okay.
9-ish.
We're gonna use this same. We should. I'll make a new invitation for you guys,
Yeah,
man,
we'll figure it
because it's labeled Sundazed and Confused, and we kind of want to keep them separate. So, but anyhow,
That's
Yeah.
the reoccurring one. You just have to set up a new one.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll set up a
Yeah.
new one, and we'll go from there. But yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark here. So if I'm ready to go get me some grub and have a nice big lunch and get a hot shower. So if anybody, I can start it off here down the line if nobody.
Yeah,
If you guys
do
don't
that.
mind, we can do. We'll start from the bottom up in no particular order. We can do the Divine Sorcerer first. If you want to tell people where they can find you, man. And again, I know I speak for everybody here when I say our hearts go out to you, brother, and your family, and we wish you all the best and everything.
Yes.
Sure.
I appreciate that, man. Thanks. You guys can actually find me either on my Dr. Potness channel on YouTube. There's no channels on it right now. They're all kind of private until everything's over with.
Right.
Or at the Divine Sorcerer, where I teach natural law and hermeneutics. I have some kind of, just random videos with songs and, gifts put to them, but mainly I teach hermeneutics and natural law.
Cool. Yeah. Everybody check out the Divine Sorcerer, Dr. Potness. We definitely, again, sending good vibes. And then next we can jump up the line there. It looks like Heli Doc would be next in line.
Well, I'm Heli Doc. You can find me on cocoforcannabis.com. Just an old man with a hat on, trying to learn as much as I can. It's been a blast, guys. Thanks.
Cheers,
Yes, thank you.
Belly Doc. Nice seeing you, man.
Yeah, man. Well, I think I
Cheers, yes.
also speak for all of us when I say you've been a nice addition. We enjoy your company. And there's no substitute for wisdom that someone like you can bring to our group and our grows and our lives in general. So we definitely appreciate your company and your service, and that's to all the veterans. And
Yes, amen. Mhm.
yes, definitely Hella Doc. We enjoy that for sure.
Thank you.
Man, we'll jump up. Mountain Dan, looks like you're next, buddy.
Oh, yeah, it's just Mountain Dan. You can find me at CFC and Instagram at Mountain Dan 1234. I'm just just a home grower here to have some fun, learn some shit.
No doubt. We
Yeah,
definitely appreciate you, Mountain Dan. You've been a friend of ours for a long time, and we enjoy your company just like everybody else here, I'm sure does. And yeah, thank you very much, buddy. You always keep it short and simple in your sign-offs. He don't mess around. Yeah,
That's right.
I'm not looking for any followers or shit. Well, I don't mind them. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know what else
right.
to say.
People enjoy you bring some good conversation, man. And,
Oh, yeah.
and people kind of like, because I know that's how I am. When I watch a podcast, there'll be maybe 6-8 people on the screen, but let's be honest, 2 or 3 of them really, you kind of click with like 2 or 3 people more than the others. So someone watching this, they might really click with you, Mountain Dan, and want to come and check out your shit, reach out further. And that's why we do this, man. Just figure we take a minute to extend ourselves to anybody that might be out there. And I think that's a fun thing we get to do. So
Yeah,
we appreciate you putting your information out there, man.
I appreciate you guys for having this and my ability to get on there and talk with everybody.
Hell yeah, it's tons of fun. Up next is Crack Babies DWC.
Hey guys. So yeah, Crack Babies DWC on YouTube and IG. And I'm going to be on Eagle Gardens there next Friday, 11:30. So if you guys can drop in and say hi, that'd be really cool. Hear a little bit more about my story there. I told you guys a few things, but I'll get into it pretty deep there with Eagle. He's good for that. He'll pull it out of me. And so cheers, chat. Cheers, the panel. It's always great to hang out with you guys. See you guys on CFC tonight and on the show after. Take care.
You all there?
Grow love.
Thanks, Crack Babies. We appreciate that for sure, man.
Yes, thank you,
That
Crack.
was a big part every week helping us out. And, there's a handful of people here that we've reached out to and to help us out with the computer stuff and everything outside of these, and has been a big influence on us being able to do this and have fun and enjoy this time with our friends. And so Crack Babies, Puffy, Mountain Dan, all the guys that are here has been a big part of that. We appreciate it.
We really appreciate it. Yes.
Sure thing. Next up's going to be Puffy D.
Hey, Puffy D here. You can find me over at Coco for Cannabis and as well as Instagram, Puffy D 1974. Thank everybody for coming out, hanging out with us while we sit around and BS and, show the grows off. And if anybody, who has their grow journals updated and everything, good luck to you tonight. Hopefully it's somebody that we know that wins it and needs a good light. Even though that I need it too, but I know there's people out there who don't even have a light yet and they're looking to start their grow. So maybe get a new tent going for them or something. So good luck to them, and we'll see you guys all tonight. Grower love.
Good luck, Buffy.
Yeah.
Yes, Puffy. We definitely
Yes.
some good luck, some good vibes your way as well. Up next, we'll do my beautiful wife, Crispy Wannabe.
Thanks everybody for hanging out in chat on the panel. It's always a great pleasure to hang out with you fine folks. Good luck everybody tonight over at the NYGC. Thank you, Doc, for putting that all off and having in my opinion, one of the best sites around, cocoforcannabis.com. Crispy Wannabe you can find me over at Coco for Cannabis and on Instagram at Crispy Wannabe. Thank you. Grow love.
Thank you, Crispy. Also, couldn't do this without her support. I think everybody knows. Maybe I don't shout you out enough, but she is my big toe, and couldn't do any of this shit without you. She's definitely one of a kind. But I'm just going to reiterate what everybody else said here. How I think the grower love and all that shit is apparent coming from our channel. And hopefully everybody wins tonight. And I think just I like sometimes that people give out a little signature, like say something like this. They'll say, you know, be kind to your fellow man and do something nice for someone today or something like that. I think that's a good sentiment. Everybody leaves on a high note, and that's what I'm going to try to do is be a little bit better today than I was yesterday. And I hope the same for everybody else. Grower love. We'll see you tonight back here, and good luck to everybody.
Peace.